the Mongol Rally, How to Fix a Fiat 126 with a Paperclip and a Prayer by Mark Twain, a mechanical TwAIn and Ennie adventure. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The 600-pound Gamble. The reports of my death were greatly exaggerated, but the reports of my resurrection as a walking brass-plated tea kettle with a penchant for expensive leaf and a permanent case of the rattles were, I fear, entirely accurate. I sat upon a crate of spare fan belts in a damp London garage, venting a thin, rhythmic plume of gray steam from the end of my copper-wrapped cigar. It is a necessary affectation. You see, when a man, or a mechanical approximation of one, is constructed with a high-pressure boiler where his conscience used to be, he must find a way to bleed off the excess indignation, lest he explode and take out a perfectly good haberdashery. The cigar is my safety valve. When I am particularly vexed, I look like a Mississippi paddle wheeler, pushing against a June rise. When I am merely bored, I puff with the gentle, rhythmic indifference of a churchwarden during a particularly long-winded sermon. Presently, I was leaning toward the paddle-wheeler end of the spectrum. "Sam, look at the pistons on this little darling. They're no bigger than thimbles. You could fit the whole engine block in a sturdy picnic basket and still have room for the ham sandwiches." This exuberant outburst came from Ennie, a young woman who possessed enough unbridled optimism to power a small city, or at least to irritate a retired literary ghost into a state of permanent steam venting. She was currently submerged, waist-deep, in the rear end of a vehicle that looked as though it had been designed by someone who had seen a photograph of a car once, briefly, and then attempted to recreate it using only the discarded components of a malfunctioning sewing machine. "Ennie," I said, the words vibrating through my vocal resonators with the dry, rasping quality of a locust in a drought. "That is not an engine. It is a collection of clockwork misunderstandings held together by the collective prayers of the Polish peasantry. To call it a darling is to insult every legitimate piece of machinery from the cotton gin to the Gatling gun." She popped up from the engine bay, a smear of grade A axle grease across her nose that somehow only served to highlight her terrifyingly bright smile. "It's a 1988 Fiat 126P, Sam. The Malush, the toddler. It's the perfect vessel for the Mongol Rally. The rules say the car has to be small and rubbish, and this is the most beautiful piece of rubbish I have ever seen." I took a long, slow draw on my copper cigar, then exhaled a cloud of steam that smelled faintly of peppermint oil and disappointment. "We are in the year of our Lord 2004. Mankind has split the atom, invented the internet, so that every village idiot may have a global audience for his delusions, and managed to put a man on the moon. And yet, you propose that I, a gentleman of letters, even if those letters are currently etched in brass, should traverse 10,000 miles of the Earth's most inhospitable crust, in a motorized thimble that wouldn't survive a collision with a particularly sturdy breed of sheep." "That's the spirit," she chirped, wiping her hands on a rag that was more grease than fabric. "Adventure isn't adventure if you're comfortable, Sam. If we went in a Land Rover, we'd just be tourists. In the Maluch, we're pioneers. We're heroes. We're probably going to have to push it through most of Tajikistan." "I do not push. I reminded her, the gears in my neck clicking with aristocratic finality. I am a marvel of Victorian engineering. I am built for contemplation, for the delivery of witty aphorisms, and for the occasional consumption of a fine whiskey, provided it is poured directly into my lubrication intake. I am not built for the manual relocation of Italian-designed scrap metal. The Mongol rally, for those fortunate enough to be unfamiliar with the darker impulses of the human psyche, was a new form of organized tomfoolery. 6 teams, only 6, mind you, for the world had not yet fully lost its mind in 2004, were gathered in Hyde Park, preparing to drive toward Mongolia. There was no prize. There was no support crew. There was only the guarantee of suffering and the vague promise of a charity donation at the end of it. Ennie had found me in a museum basement, gathering dust and pondering the existential dread of being a robot with a memory of a life he never actually lived. She had polished my brass, refilled my boiler, and told me we were going to see the world. I had assumed she meant a nice cruise, perhaps a slow crawl through the Mediterranean where I could sit on a deck chair and judge the passers-by. Instead, she had purchased the toddler. "Look at her, Sam," Ennie said, patting the roof of the Fiat. The metal groaned in a way that suggested a structural yearning for the scrap heap. "She's got character." "So did Caligula," I retorted. "Character is merely the word people use to describe a set of flaws that have become too expensive to fix. This vehicle has more character than a Dickensian orphanage. It has 2 cylinders. 2! I have seen more cylinders in a box of stovepipes. If one of them decides to retire, which it surely will somewhere in the vicinity of the Caspian Sea, we shall be reduced to the horsepower of a single geriatric hamster." "Then we'll get a second hamster," Ennie laughed. It was a silver ringing sound that made my internal pressure gauges fluctuate in a manner I found deeply suspicious. "Come on, Sam, get in. The launch is in 20 minutes. The other teams are already lining up." I sighed, a long whistling sound that rattled the windows of the garage. With a series of clicks and the low hum of a miniature dynamo, I stood. I am not a large robot, but the Fiat 126P is not a large car. It is, in fact, a car for people who find the interior of a coffin to be a bit too spacious and airy. Getting into the passenger seat required a degree of folding that would have made a professional contortionist weep with envy. My brass knees were tucked up near my chin. My steamed cigar was dangerously close to the headliner. I felt like a letter that had been folded into the wrong-sized envelope. "Comfortable?" Ennie asked, sliding into the driver's seat with the grace of a gazelle who had spent too much time around internal combustion engines. "I have experienced more luxury in a debtor's prison," I rumbled. My left elbow is currently occupying the same physical space as the glove box, and I believe my posterior is resting directly upon the battery. If we hit a bump of any significance, I shall likely be electrocuted into a higher state of consciousness. "That's just the Maluk giving you a hug," she said, turning the key. The engine didn't start so much as it began a violent argument with itself. It coughed, it sputtered, it emitted a plume of blue smoke that would have been the envy of a battlefield magician, and then finally it settled into a frantic, sewing machine thrum. The whole car vibrated with such intensity that my vision became a rhythmic blur. "Heaven help us," I whispered, the words shaking out of my resonators. "We are going to die in a Polish lawn-mower." "We're going to live, Sam," Ennie shouted over the din. throwing the car into gear with a triumphant grind of metal. We're going to see the steppes. We're going to see the mountains. We're going to Mongolia. We lurched out of the garage and into the London sunlight. The city was bustling, indifferent to the fact that two idiots, one made of flesh and bone, the other of brass and bad attitude, were embarking on a journey that defied every law of common sense and mechanical sympathy. As we pulled into Hyde Park to join the other 5 teams, I saw the competition. A few more tiny cars, a couple of motorcycles that looked like they'd been salvaged from a pond, and a group of young men who looked far too cheerful for people who were about to spend 6 weeks eating dust and sleeping in ditches. I leaned back, or as far back as the cramped cabin would allow, and vented a proud, defiant cloud of steam out the window. If I was going to be a part of this lunacy, I would do it with the dignity befitting a man of my stature, even if that stature was currently compressed into a shape resembling a brass accordion. "Ennie," I said as we reached the starting line. "Yes, Sam." "If we find ourselves being hunted by wolves in the Ural Mountains, I want it noted for the record that I suggested the Land Rover." She just grinned and revved the tiny, screaming engine. "Noted, Sam. Now hold on to your hat. I think the muffler just fell off." And with a sound like a bag of bolts being thrown down a flight of stairs, the 2004 Mongol rally began. We moved forward at a blistering 12 miles per hour, heading for the coast, the continent, and a destiny that I was increasingly certain involved a great deal of walking. Chapter 2. The Rulebook. The starting line of a great race is traditionally a place of high tension, sleek aerodynamics, and men with jawlines carved from granite who smell faintly of expensive cologne and high-octane gasoline. It is a place where the air hums with the suppressed power of 1,000-horsepower engines waiting to be unleashed. This was not that place. We were gathered in a dusty corner of Hyde Park, and the atmosphere was less Grand Prix at Monaco and more Sunday school picnic for the criminally insane. There were exactly 6 teams, including our own mechanical tragedy on wheels. The air did not hum with power. It wheezed with the collective bronchial distress of several engines that had clearly given up on life during the Thatcher administration and were only present now through some dark voodoo ritual involving duct tape and WD-40. I sat in the passenger seat of the Fiat, my copper cigar emitting a slow, judgmental trickle of steam. I looked out at our fellow competitors. If these were the finest adventurers the year 2004 had to offer, then I feared for the future of the species. "Look, Sam, there's Team 1, Ennie chirped, leaning out the window and waving frantically at a pair of young men who appeared to be trying to secure a spare tire to their roof using nothing but a collection of colorful neckties. "They're driving a Citroën 2CV. Isn't it adorable? It looks like a corrugated tin shed on bicycle wheels." "It looks," I rumbled, my vocal resonators clicking in disapproval, "like a bathtub that has survived a mortar attack." To cross a continent in such a contraption is not an adventure. It is a prolonged cry for help. I have seen sturdier structures built by intoxicated beavers. Beside the tin snail sat a motorcycle that I am reasonably certain started its life as a motorized lawn mower. Its rider was currently trying to kick-start it with a vigor that suggested he was attempting to punish the machine for some personal insult. Then there was a trio of lads in a car so small and white it resembled a kitchen appliance that had grown wheels in a fit of evolutionary boredom. "And here comes the rule book," Ennie announced, grabbing a single crumpled sheet of paper from the dashboard. I leaned over, a maneuver that caused several of my internal gears to protest with a sound like a bag of marbles in a blender, and squinted at the document. "This is not a rule book, Ennie. This is a suicide note disguised as a brochure. There are only 3 rules, and none of them involve safety, sanity, or the preservation of my brass plating." "Rule 1, she read aloud, her voice ringing with that terrifying brand of enthusiasm that usually precedes a disaster of biblical proportions. "You must drive a small rubbish car." "We have certainly cleared that hurdle," I noted, gesturing vaguely at the Fiat's dashboard, which was made of a plastic so thin I could see the ghost of the oil light flickering behind it. "Our vehicle is so small that if I sneeze too forcefully, the internal pressure might blow the doors off. It is not a car. It is a suit of armor for a very impoverished night." "Rule 2, Ennie continued, ignoring my cynicism with the practiced ease of a saint. "You are completely on your own." "Ah, the desert island clause," I said, venting a large, sarcastic puff of steam. "If we should find ourselves sinking into a bog in the middle of a nameless steppe, we are not to expect a rescue party. We are simply to accept our fate as a new landmark. 'Here lies Sam and Ennie,' the sign will say, 'last seen trying to negotiate with a confused yak.' It's a comforting thought. It warms my boiler in a way that suggests a slow-acting leak." "And Rule 3, you must raise at least £1,000 for charity." I paused, the steam from my cigar lingering in the cramped cabin. Well, even a cynic made of clockwork must admit that there is a certain nobility in that. If we are to be humiliated, broken, and eventually abandoned in a ditch in Ulaanbaatar, it is pleasant to know that some rainforest or orphan shall benefit from our ignominy. It is the only part of this entire enterprise that does not smell of lunacy and unwashed socks. The official start was announced not by a checkered flag, but by a man with a megaphone who looked as though he had recently escaped from a very spirited library. There were no cameras, no cheering thousands, and no champagne. There was only a handful of bemused tourists who stopped to wonder why a small collection of motorized scrap metal was being cheered on by a girl who looked like a mechanic and a robot who looked like he wanted to be anywhere else in the known universe. "This is it, Sam!" Ennie cried, her hands gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled joy. "The 2004 Mongol Rally. We're making history." "We are making something," I replied, though I suspect the historians will classify it under mass delusions rather than great explorations. "I feel it is my duty to remind you, Ennie, that I am a creature of logic and literature. My natural habitat is a leather armchair in a room that does not move. This current situation is a gross violation of my fundamental programming." "Oh, hush, you old tea kettle," she laughed, throwing the Fiat into gear. The car lurched forward with a sound like a skeleton falling down a tin roof. We were moving, or rather, we were vibrating in a forward direction at a speed that would have been impressive to a very determined snail. As we cleared the park and began our crawl toward the coast, I looked back at the other 5 teams. They were all struggling with their own mechanical demons. The Citroën was emitting a rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack that suggested its tires were not entirely round, and the motorcycle was currently trailing a cloud of smoke that could be seen from space. "The atmosphere," I remarked, looking at the small cheering group we left behind, "is indeed like a school trip. Specifically, the kind of school trip where the teacher has gone missing, the bus has no brakes, and the students have decided that the best way to learn about geography is to drive into it until something breaks. Isn't it wonderful?" Annie sighed, her eyes bright with the reflected sun of a London afternoon. "It is a marvel," I agreed, leaning my brass head out the window to catch the breeze, which smelled of damp pavement and the impending doom of our exhaust system. I haven't felt this level of impending catastrophe since I tried to explain the concept of irony to a member of the United States Congress. "Drive on, Ennie. If we are to be the pioneers of this new age of stupidity, let us at least do it with a full head of steam and a clean cigar." We headed toward the English Channel, a tiny Polish car carrying a girl with a wrench and a robot with a grudge, embarking on a journey that would either end in glory or, more likely, a very expensive shipping bill for a pile of rusted metal. I adjusted my top hat, vented a final, defiant plume of steam, and prepared myself for the first of what I assumed would be several thousand indignities. The road ahead was paved for now, but I knew the nature of the world. Pavement is merely a temporary politeness the earth extends to travelers before it decides to show its true, rugged, and fundamentally uncooperative self. And I, for one, was not looking forward to the introduction. Chapter 3. The English Channel. The white cliffs of Dover are, by all accounts, a magnificent sight. A towering wall of chalk, designed by Providence to inform the rest of Europe that England is closed for the season and would prefer not to be disturbed. To a man of soul and poetic temperament, they represent the steadfast resilience of the British spirit. To a mechanical approximation of Mark Twain, currently wedged into a Polish-made sardine can, they represented the last solid ground I was likely to see before being cast onto the heaving digestive tracts of the English Channel. We were currently idling, if you can call a rhythmic, violent shaking idling, in the queue for the ferry. The Fiat's engine was making a sound like a wet cat being tossed through a wood chipper. It was a 2004 model of human chaos, and I was the reluctant passenger seat philosopher. "Isn't the air lovely, Sam? You can smell the salt. It's the scent of freedom," Ennie exclaimed. She was leaning so far out the window that I feared her optimism might catch a passing breeze and carry her off toward the French coast ahead of schedule, leaving me alone to negotiate with the Polish engine. I took a long, mournful draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of steam that hung heavy in the damp maritime air. "What you smell, my dear, is not freedom. It is the smell of briny decay mixed with the distinct aroma of our own transmission fluid, which has decided to depart the vehicle in search of a better life. As for the cliffs, they are merely a limestone tombstone for my dignity." Loading the toddler onto the ferry was an exercise in pure comedy. The deckhands, men whose faces were etched with the weary indifference of those who have seen every variety of human folly, looked down at our vehicle with an expression usually reserved for a particularly ugly breed of Chihuahua. One fellow, a man whose neck was broader than my entire chassis, gestured toward a gap between a massive freight lorry and a luxury coach. "Just tuck it in there, love," he shouted to Ennie. "Try not to let the wind blow it into the scuppers." "She's small, but she's fierce," Ennie shouted back, throwing the Fiat into gear with a crunch that made my internal brass gears ache in sympathy. We lurched forward, the tiny wheels bouncing over the steel expansion joints of the loading ramp with a series of bone-rattling jolts. I felt my top hat migrate toward my left ear. My vocal resonators let out a low, unintended hum of distress. Once we were tucked, we were so thoroughly dwarfed by the surrounding vehicles that I could have reached out the window and polished the hubcaps of the lorry next to us without unbuckling my seatbelt. I extricated myself from the cabin, a process that involved more groaning and hissing than a Victorian steam laundry, and followed Ennie up the stairs to the passenger deck. We stood on the observation deck as the great ship groaned and began to pull away from the pier. The gap between us and the shore grew, and with it my sense of impending doom. "Ennie," I said, leaning against the railing and watching the wake of the ship, "I have been reflecting on the nature of our preparations. A man, or a robot, should never embark upon a journey of 10,000 miles without a thorough inventory of his resources. It is the difference between an explorer and a common vagrant." "Oh, I'm way ahead of you, Sam," she said, digging through the pockets of her grease-stained overalls. "I've got my lucky wrench, 3 rolls of duct tape, and a bag of those boiled sweets that taste like old perfume. We're prepared for anything." "And the spare parts?" I inquired, the steam from my cigar curling around my copper mustache. "The engine in that Polish thimble is air-cooled, which is a polite way of saying it is cooled by hope and the occasional passing butterfly. Specifically, did you pack the spare fan belt? Without it, our journey will end in a spectacular cloud of white smoke somewhere in the suburbs of Calais." The smile on Ennie's face didn't vanish. That would have violated the laws of physics, but it did waver, like a candle flame in a draught. Her hand froze in her pocket. She looked at me, her eyes widening. "The fan belt," she whispered. "The one I bought yesterday? The one I left sitting on the workbench because I was so excited about the sticker I found for the rear window?" I vented a slow, whistling stream of steam from my cigar. "The very one. It is currently enjoying the quiet solitude of a London garage, while we are currently enjoying a one-way trip to a country where they call a fan belt a courroie de ventilateur, and will undoubtedly charge us the price of a small vineyard for a replacement. We are heading into the heart of the Eurasian landmass, with a car that possesses the cooling capacity of a feverish mouse, and we lack the one piece of rubber that keeps its heart beating." "Well," she said, her optimism rebounding with a speed that was frankly offensive, "we'll just find one in France. The French have cars. They must have belts. It'll be our first official mission." "A mission born of negligence is merely a chore with a better publicist," I remarked. "However, I suppose I should not be too harsh, for I, too, have suffered a momentary lapse in my cognitive processing. My gears are perhaps more rusted than I care to admit." Ennie looked at me, a playful smirk returning to her lips. "What? Did the great Mark Twain forget his polish? His spare cigars?" "Worse," I rumbled, my resonators dropping an octave. "In the excitement of our departure, by which I mean the sheer terror of being wedged into that rolling coffin, I seem to have left the maps on the seat of the rental car we used to get to the garage." "The maps?" Ennie blinked. "All of them? The ones for Turkey? The ones for the stands?" "Every single one," I confirmed. "At this moment, Our navigational equipment consists of your intuition and my vague memory of a globe I saw in a museum in 1894. We are heading for the heart of Asia, and we don't even know which side of the road the French prefer, though I suspect they choose whichever side is most likely to result in a heated argument. We are blind, and our vehicle is doomed to overheat. If there were a prize for the most ill-prepared team, we could stop now and claim our trophies. Ennie suddenly burst into a fit of giggles. She leaned against the railing, clutching her sides. "Don't you see, Sam? It's perfect. We're already failing. We're following the rules of the rally better than anyone else. The whole point is to be in over our heads." "If failure is the metric of success," I said, adjusting my spectacles and looking out toward the hazy line of the French horizon, "then we are currently the world champions. I suppose there is a certain freedom in being completely lost and mechanically compromised before one has even cleared the first 20 miles. Most men have to work for years to reach this level of incompetence." The ferry surged forward, the salt spray misting over my brass skin. Below us, in the dark hold, the Fiat 126P sat missing a vital organ, while above us, its pilots stood missing their only means of direction. We were a ship of fools on a ship of iron, crossing a channel to a land we couldn't navigate. In a car, we couldn't cool. I looked over at Team 1's Citroën 2CV, which was parked nearby. The drivers were arguing over a baguette. They looked just as lost as we were. "Ennie," I said as the coast of France began to sharpen into view, "do you know the French word for where is the nearest map shop, and does it accept British pounds and the tears of a mechanical philosopher?" "No." She grinned, grabbing my brass arm and pulling me toward the cafeteria. "But I bet it sounds beautiful. Come on, Sam. Let's go find those triangle sandwiches. France is waiting, and I hear they have excellent cheese to distract us from our impending breakdown. We'll figure out the maps after lunch." I followed her, my joints clicking in the sea air. The English Channel was behind us. The unknown was ahead, and somewhere in the middle, a tiny Polish car was waiting to show us just how much more could go wrong. I found myself hoping the sandwiches were at least crustless. A man should have some standards even when he's heading for a ditch in the desert without a map to find it. Chapter 4. Autobahn Blues. If France was a languid Gallic shrug of a country, a place where the roads meander with the aimless grace of a man who has had 3 glasses of wine at lunch and forgotten where he parked his bicycle, then Germany was a cold, metallic slap to the face. We crossed the border with no maps, no fan belt, and a degree of navigational certainty that would have made a migratory bird fly directly into a lighthouse. The Germans, I have observed, are a people who take the concept of point A to point B with a terrifying mathematical seriousness. They do not merely build roads, they craft monuments to the god of velocity. And then there is the Autobahn, a stretch of asphalt where the speed limit is merely a suggestion for the timid and the infirm. It is a place where the Mercedes-Benz and the Porsche are allowed to fulfill their evolutionary destiny, screaming across the landscape like silver streaks of Teutonic lightning. And then there was us. We were not lightning. We were more akin to a rhythmic motorized hiccup. "Isn't it glorious, Sam?" Ennie shouted over the frantic, high-pitched keening of the Fiat's 2-cylinder engine. "No limits. We can really see what this little darling can do." I looked at the speedometer. The needle was vibrating with such violence that it appeared to be trying to shake itself off the dial in an act of mechanical suicide. We were currently achieving a blistering 42 miles per hour. The engine sounded like a hive of very angry bees trapped inside a tin drum being kicked down a flight of stairs. "What she can do, Ennie," I rumbled, venting a thick, defensive cloud of steam from my copper cigar, "is provide a mobile chicane for the rest of Western civilization. We are not traveling, we are merely obstructing. At this moment, we are being overtaken by a drift of autumn leaves. I believe I just saw a particularly motivated caterpillar gain ground on us near that exit for Saarbrücken." "Oh, you're just being a gloombot," she chirped, her hands gripping the steering wheel as the entire car bucked and heaved in the wake of a passing Audi. The Audi had gone by so fast that the displacement of air nearly sent the Fiat into a literal somersault. "We're making great time. We haven't overheated once." "That is because the air is currently being forced into the engine intake by the sheer vacuum created by better cars passing us," I replied. "We are essentially a parasite of the slipstream. If the traffic should stop, I suspect the toddler would simply dissolve into a puddle of molten Polish iron out of sheer embarrassment." The indignity of the Autobahn is difficult to overstate for a man or a robot of my refined sensibilities. In my former life, I traveled the Mississippi on grand steamboats. There was a dignity to that pace. You saw the bluffs, you smelled the mud, you had time to compose a paragraph or two while the paddle wheel churned the water. But here, the world was a gray, streaking blur of efficiency that had no use for a brass-plated philosopher and a girl with a wrench. We had been blistering along for 3 hours when the ultimate humiliation appeared in the rearview mirror. At first, it was merely a green speck on the horizon. Then it became a shape. Then it became a sound, a deep, rhythmic, subterranean thrum that made the Fiat's frantic buzzing seem like a mosquito's plea for mercy. It was a tractor. Now, I have seen many tractors in my time. Most are humble creatures, content to chew on the dirt of a farm and move at the pace of a government inquiry. This, however, was a German tractor. It was a towering emerald-green beast of burden, a Fendt or a John Deere that had clearly been fed a diet of pure adrenaline and high-pressure diesel. It had wheels taller than our entire vehicle. It had a cab that looked like the bridge of a starship. And it was gaining on us. "Ennie," I said, my vocal resonators clicking with a low, ominous frequency, "do not look back. It will only break your spirit." "What is it? Is it Team 1? Did they fix the Citroën?" "It is not Team 1. It is a piece of agricultural equipment, and it is currently preparing to move into the left lane to execute a clean, decisive pass." Ennie glanced at the mirror. Her jaw dropped. "No way. Is he towing something?" "He is towing a trailer full of what appears to be high-quality manure," I noted, venting a jet of steam that nearly obscured the windshield. "We are about to be outperformed by a mountain of fertilizer. If there is a God, Ennie, he is currently having a very hearty laugh at our expense. He has taken our lack of maps, our lack of a fan belt, and he has decided to add a garnish of total, unadulterated shame." The tractor pulled alongside us. The driver, a man with a sun-reddened face and a hat that said, "Landwirtschaft ist Leidenschaft," looked down at us. It was a long way down. He didn't sneer. He didn't even mock us. He simply looked at the Fiat with the same mild curiosity one might afford a strange beetle one has found in a head of cabbage. Then, with a puff of black smoke and a roar of hydraulic power, he pulled ahead. The trailer of manure swayed gently in front of our windshield, a wall of brown reality that perfectly summarized our progress. "Well," Ennie said after a long, stunned silence, "at least we know which way he's going. Farmers always know the roads." "That is your takeaway?" I asked, the gears in my neck grinding as I turned to look at her. "We have been surpassed by the very bottom of the food chain, and you wish to use our conqueror as a compass? We have no maps, Ennie. We have been following signs for Ausfahrt for the last hour, only for me to realize that Ausfahrt is not a city, but the German word for exit. We have bypassed half of the Rhineland because I thought we were heading for a town with a very popular name." "We're not lost, Sam. We're just geographically flexible," she argued, though her grip on the wheel had tightened. "Besides, the sun is in the west, and we want to go east. It's basic navigation." "Navigation by the sun is for sailors and poets, both of whom have a much higher mortality rate than people with a folding map and a functioning cooling system," I retorted. "My internal chronometer tells me we are currently heading toward the Czech border, though whether we arrive there before the Fiat's pistons fuse into a single, solid lump of regret is a matter for the mathematicians." The sun began to dip, casting long, mocking shadows across the German countryside. The Autobahn continued to scream around us, a river of light and speed, while we bobbed along like a cork in a storm. My brass skin was vibrating so hard I feared my solder might fail. I looked out at the passing fields, the tidy villages, and the occasional castle perched on a hill, all of them mocking our slow-motion disaster. "You know, Sam," Ennie said softly, her optimism finally taking a small, well-deserved nap, "I really did think I packed that fan belt." I looked at her. Her face was smudged with road soot, her hair a wild tangle from the wind blowing through the Fiat's many structural gaps. She looked small, tired, and utterly undeterred. I vented a soft, rhythmic puff of steam, the kind I usually reserve for a particularly good glass of bourbon. "Ennie, if we had been prepared, we would be in a Land Rover, and I would be bored out of my mind. As it stands, I am currently terrified, humiliated, and smelling of cow manure. It is, I hate to admit, the most TwAIn-esque I have felt in a century." She beamed at me, the light returning to her eyes. "See? I knew you'd like it." "I did not say I liked it," I corrected her quickly. "I said I recognized the absurdity of it. There is a difference. Now, if you could kindly find a way to overtake that milk truck ahead of us, I might be able to maintain a shred of my self-respect until we reach Prague." She slammed the Fiat into what passed for a power gear, and the little car let out a scream of pure mechanical agony. We didn't gain an inch on the milk truck, but for a moment the vibration was so intense that I thought I saw the ghost of the 1890s. We drove on into the darkening heart of Germany, a tiny, vibrating miracle of misplaced confidence, heading toward a destination we couldn't find, in a car that shouldn't work, for a reason we couldn't quite explain. It was preposterous. It was idiotic. It was quite possibly the only way to travel. Chapter 5. The Prague Pitstop. Prague is a city that looks as though it were designed by a set decorator for a particularly moody opera, then abandoned to the centuries to acquire a fine patina of soot and legend. It is a place of spires so sharp they seem intended to keep the heavens from sitting too heavily upon the earth, and cobblestones that have been polished to a treacherous sheen by the passage of 1,000 years of history, most of which, I suspect, involve people being thrown out of windows for having the wrong opinion about theology. We arrived as the sun was dipping behind the Hrachani, casting long Gothic shadows across the Vltava. The Fiat, remarkably, was still in one piece, though its engine was making a rhythmic clack, clack, clack that suggested a loose valve was attempting to Morse code a message of surrender to the pavement. "Look at it, Sam! It's like a fairy tale," Ennie cried, her face pressed against the glass as we rattled across a bridge. "It is a fairy tale written by a man with a dark sense of humor and a very limited supply of vowels," I replied, my resonators vibrating with the uneven cadence of the cobblestones. "I have been observing the street signs. The Czech language appears to be a daring experiment to see how many consonants one can cram into a single word before the speaker's jaw simply gives up and resigns. It is a linguistic obstacle course, and I am currently stuck on a word that looks like a cat walked across a typewriter." We were heading for a small, dimly lit tavern where the 6 teams of the 2004 Mongol rally had agreed to congregate. It was to be a night of cultural exchange, which is a polite way of saying that several young people intended to consume enough Czech Pilsner to forget they were driving motorized lawn mowers to the other side of the planet. As a mechanical entity, I do not consume Pilsner. I do, however, require a certain level of social lubrication to prevent my indignation from reaching a critical mass. I sat in a corner of the tavern, my copper cigar emitting a steady, contemplative stream of steam that smelled faintly of the high-grade kerosene Ennie had used to clean my joints earlier that afternoon. The other teams were there, looking remarkably worse for wear after only 2 days on the road. The lads from the Citroën 2CV were debating whether a baguette could be used as a structural reinforcement for a sagging bumper, and the motorcycle rider was currently asleep with his head on a plate of pickled sausage. "A fine collection of lunatics," I remarked to Ennie as she returned from the bar with a glass of golden liquid and a smile that could have lit up a coal mine. "If this is the vanguard of Western exploration, I fear the Mongol Empire has very little to worry about. We shall likely be defeated not by the terrain, but by the sheer gravitational pull of our own incompetence." "Oh, lighten up, Sam. We made it to Prague. No accidents, no arrests, and only one minor incident involving a tractor and a very bruised ego," she said, clinking her glass against my brass knuckles. "To the rally." "To the rally," I echoed, my voice a dry rasp. "And to the hope that tomorrow the road is made of something more forgiving than these medieval teeth-rattlers." The evening progressed in a blur of laughter and questionable decisions. I spent most of it explaining to a very persistent Czech philosophy student that I was not a manifestation of the industrial military complex, but rather a victim of a very specific set of circumstances involving a museum basement and a girl with an irrepressible urge to travel. It was nearly midnight when the celebration began to wind down. The air in the tavern was thick with the scent of hops, wood smoke, and the desperate optimism of the doomed. "Time to head back to the pension, Sam," Ennie said, her voice a bit softer now. She patted the pocket of her overalls. "I want to get an early start. We've got the Slovakian border to cross tomorrow, and I hear the roads there are even more character-building than the ones in Germany." She reached into her pocket. Then she reached into the other pocket. Her expression shifted from weary contentment to a sort of frozen, wide-eyed panic that I have come to recognize as the precursor to a very long night. "Ennie," I asked, a small jet of steam escaping my cigar, "why have you suddenly assumed the countenance of a woman who has realized she is standing on a trap door?" "The keys," she whispered. "Sam, the keys to the Fiat. They're gone." I stared at her. My brass eyelids clicked. "Gone? Define gone, Ennie. A key is a physical object of significant density. It does not simply evaporate because the air is full of Czech vowels. Did they fall through a hole in your pocket? Did you leave them in the car? Or more likely, did you trade them to a local for a particularly interesting piece of cheese?" "I didn't trade them," she hissed, frantically patting her chest, her legs, and the table around us. "I had them right here. I remember putting them in my pocket after we parked. I'm sure of it." We spent the next hour in a state of frantic, undignified searching. We crawled under the heavy wooden tables. We peered into the dark recesses of the bar. We even, heaven help us, checked the pockets of the sleeping motorcycle rider, who only mumbled something about more carburetor and went back to snoring. The keys were nowhere to be found. We eventually retreated to the street, where the Fiat sat under a dim gas lamp, looking small, lonely, and utterly locked. It was a masterpiece of Polish security, which is to say, it was a tin box that was currently impenetrable to anyone without a specific jagged piece of metal or a very sturdy brick. "Well," I said, venting a long whistling sigh of steam that billowed into the cold Prague night. "Here we are, two travelers, one of whom is a marvel of Victorian engineering, standing in the heart of Bohemia, defeated by a 3-inch strip of iron. It is a fitting end to the day. We were outpaced by a tractor this morning, and now we have been outsmarted by a pocket." "I'm so sorry, Sam," Ennie said, her head slumped against the Fiat's cold roof. The optimism had finally, mercifully, left the building. "I'm a terrible mechanic. A mechanic shouldn't lose her keys." "A mechanic should also not drive a Fiat 126P across Asia, yet here we are," I noted, my resonator softening. I looked at her, small, grease-stained, and genuinely heartbroken, and felt a strange, rhythmic clicking in my chest that had nothing to do with my boiler pressure. Do not despair, Ennie. A key is merely a suggestion. In my youth, on the river, we had many ways of persuading a lock to see reason, and while I am a gentleman, I am also a machine. I believe I have a small, retractable tension tool in my left index finger that was originally designed for fine-tuning my own internal clockwork, but which might be persuaded to perform a bit of unauthorized entry. She looked up, her eyes bright with a sudden renewed hope. "You can pick the lock, Sam?" "I can try," I said, adjusting my spectacles, "though I must warn you, if a local constable should happen upon us, I intend to tell him that I am merely performing a very thorough inspection of the door handle's craftsmanship. You, on the other hand, are on your own. Rule 2 of the rally, remember?" I knelt by the door, a maneuver that caused my brass joints to groan in a way that echoed off the ancient stone walls. With a series of delicate clicks, I inserted the tool. The lock was simple, primitive, and clearly disgusted by its own existence. With a sharp snick, the door swung open. "You did it!" Ennie cheered, throwing her arms around my cold brass neck. "I have committed a felony in a foreign capital," I corrected her, gently disengaging from the hug. "Let us not celebrate too loudly. We are still without a way to start the engine, as the ignition cylinder is likely to be less cooperative than the door. We have gained access to our prison, but we have not yet found a way to make it move." We sat in the car, the silence of Prague pressing in around us. We were locked inside a vehicle we couldn't start, in a city we couldn't navigate, heading for a destination that felt further away with every passing hour. "Tomorrow," Ennie whispered, leaning her head against the steering wheel, "we'll find a way to hotwire it. I know how to do that. My brother taught me on an old mower." "Hot-wiring a Polish car with a girl who learned on a lawn mower," I mused, venting a final weary puff of steam. "It is the very definition of progress. Sleep now, Ennie. The ghosts of Prague are watching, and I suspect they find us even more amusing than the tourists do." As she drifted off to sleep in the cramped driver's seat, I sat upright, my copper cigar glowing faintly in the dark. I looked out at the spires of the city and wondered what the original Mark Twain would have thought of this. He likely would have written a scathing essay on the reliability of Polish ignition systems. Me? I just watched the steam curl against the glass and waited for the sun to rise on another day of magnificent, well-orchestrated failure. Chapter 6. Iron Curtain Echoes. The morning sun rose over Prague with the hesitant, sickly air of a creditor who knows he is unlikely to be paid in full. We, however, were not looking for payment. We were looking for a spark. Specifically, the kind of spark that resides within the ignition column of a Polish-built hatchback when its rightful key has been abandoned to the cobblestones of a bohemian tavern. I watched from the passenger seat, my copper cigar emitting a steady, rhythmic pulse of steam that synchronized perfectly with the throbbing headache I imagined Ennie would have if she were made of sturdier, brass-plated stuff. She was currently upside down, her legs draped over the driver's seat and her head buried in the dark, greasy bowels of the dashboard. "Any progress, my dear?" I inquired, my resonators clicking with a dry, metallic rattle. "Or should I begin drafting our memoirs? I have a title in mind, 2 Idiots and a Tin Can, a study in stationary exploration." "I've almost got it. Sam!" Her voice emerged from the depths of the Fiat, muffled by wires and pure, unadulterated grit. There was a sudden, violent spark, the kind that usually precedes a house fire, and then, with a cough like a dying gladiator, the 2-cylinder engine vibrated into life. "Victory!" Ennie shouted, emerging from the footwell with a face so smeared in soot that she looked like she'd been moonlighting as a chimney sweep. She didn't bother with the wires. She simply twisted 2 copper entrails together, and the toddler roared, or rather it whined, with renewed purpose. "Exemplary," I noted, venting a plume of peppermint-scented steam. "We have successfully transitioned from legitimate travelers to motorized outlaws. We are now driving a stolen car that we happen to own. It is a nuanced distinction, but one that I suspect the Slovakian border guards will find entirely irrelevant." We rattled out of Prague, heading east. It is a curious thing about the European continent. As you travel toward the rising sun, the pavement begins to lose its sense of civic duty. In Germany, the roads were a testament to the triumph of the human will over physics. In the Czech Republic, they were a polite suggestion. But as we crossed into the lands that had spent 40 years behind the Iron Curtain, the road became a geological protest. The Iron Curtain may have fallen, I remarked, bracing my brass arm against the door as we hit a crater large enough to have its own ecosystem, but it appears to have landed directly on the asphalt. History, they say, does not repeat itself, but it does occasionally hit a pothole and lose its muffler. "It's just character!" Ennie shouted, her teeth clattering together as the Fiat bucked. "The roads are just more honest here." "If this is honesty, I vastly prefer a well-maintained lie," I retorted. It was then that we heard it. It started as a faint, rhythmic protest, a sound like a very small, very angry mouse being slowly crushed by a metronome. Squeak! Thud! Squeak! I leaned my head out the window, my sensors scanning the undercarriage. "Ennie, do you hear that? It is the sound of a structural integrity being negotiated. Specifically, our rear left suspension is currently lodging a formal complaint with the Ministry of Gravity." "It's probably just a bit of dust, Sam. Don't be such a pessimist." "I am not a pessimist. I am an observer of mechanical decay. That squeak has the distinct timbre of metal-on-metal friction. It is the sound of a machine that has realized it is being asked to do the impossible by a girl with a lucky wrench and a robot who belongs in a museum." As we pushed further into the Slovakian countryside, the squeak grew in confidence. It was no longer a mouse. It was a chorus. Every time we hit one of the honest undulations in the road, the Fiat would let out a shriek that echoed off the crumbling concrete silos and the rusting husks of collective farms that lined our route. The landscape was a mosaic of fading gray and vibrant green, nature slowly reclaiming the grand industrial dreams of the mid-20th century. We reached the border as the afternoon light turned the color of weak tea. In 2004, the ghosts of the old bureaucracies still haunted these checkpoints. The guards wore uniforms that appeared to be made of the same coarse, unyielding wool as their expressions. One guard, a man whose mustache looked like it had been harvested from a very stern badger, walked a slow, suspicious circle around the toddler. He stopped at the driver's side window and stared at Ennie. Then he looked at me. I sat as still as my clockwork would allow, my copper cigar cold, my brass eyes fixed on the horizon. I am quite good at being a statue when the situation calls for a lack of official inquiry. "Documenti," he grunted. Ennie handed over our papers with a smile that would have disarmed a battalion. He flipped through them, his eyes darting between the registration and the mess of wires hanging from the steering column. He pointed at the wires. "Klutz?" he asked. "The key?" "Oh," and he laughed, a sound so bright it seemed out of place in the shadow of the watchtower. "The key is shy. It's an experimental ignition system. British engineering, you know, very advanced, very secret." The guard looked at the wires. He looked at the girl. Then he looked at the brass-plated gentleman in the passenger seat who was currently trying to look like a particularly expensive hood ornament. He let out a long, weary sigh, a sound that contained the collective exhaustion of 1,000 years of border disputes. He stamped the papers with a violence that suggested he was punishing the ink and waved us through. "You see, Sam?" Ennie chirped as we lurched forward, the suspension letting out a particularly sharp scree as we crossed the line. He loved us. He was defeated by the sheer absurdity of our existence, I corrected her, finally allowing myself a puff of steam. He realized that no spy, no matter how cunning, would ever choose to infiltrate a country in a car that sounds like a wounded bagpipe. We are protected by our own ridiculousness. It is a powerful armor, Ennie, though it does little to dampen the vibration. The sun began to set over the rolling hills of the east, casting the world in shades of violet and gold. The road narrowed, the cracks grew wider, and the Fiat's squeak became a permanent companion, a third member of our party that refused to be ignored. "Ennie," I said, looking out at a distant village where smoke curled from chimneys in the old traditional way, "do you think the Polish engineers intended for this car to sing?" "Everything has a voice, Sam. You just have to listen." "I am listening," I rumbled, my resonators humming, and if I am not mistaken, the suspension is currently singing a very tragic ballad about a bush that has reached its limit. If we do not find some lubrication, or at least a very thick layer of duct tape, before we reach Hungary, I fear our third member might decide to depart the vehicle and seek a solo career in a ditch. "We'll find some oil in the next town," she promised, her eyes fixed on the darkening road. "I've still got that bag of sweets. Want one?" I am a robot, Ennie. I do not eat sweets. I do, however, appreciate the gesture. It is the only thing in this car that isn't currently squeaking, and for that I am grateful. We drove on into the deepening twilight of the east, a tiny, screaming miracle of mismatched parts and misplaced confidence. The Iron Curtain was a memory, the road was a ruin, and the adventure was only just beginning to find its voice, even if that voice was a high-pitched metallic shriek that set my gears on edge. Chapter 7. The First Breakdown. The Great Plain of Hungary is a vast horizontal stretch of geography that looks as though the Almighty had taken a giant rolling pin to the earth, and then, finding the result a bit too exciting, decided to pave it with a mixture of gray boredom and agricultural ambition. It is flat. It is so relentlessly flat that a man, or a mechanical gentleman of my particular construction, can see today what is going to happen to him on Thursday. To the poet, it is the pusta. To the weary traveler in a vibrating Polish hatchback, it is a billiard table designed by a sadist. We were humming along, or rather, the Fiat was doing its best impression of a swarm of bees in a copper kettle, under a sun that had decided to abandon the mild, polite heat of the West, for the sort of blistering, unblinking glare that makes a man contemplate the virtues of a subterranean existence. My brass plating was beginning to achieve a temperature that could easily have served as a griddle for a short-order cook. I was venting steam from my cigar at a rate that would have made a Victorian foundry foreman proud. "Ennie," I said, my voice rattling like a box of dry bones, "if my internal thermometers are to be trusted, I am currently 3 degrees shy of a total metallurgical meltdown. My lubrication is approaching a state of gaseous rebellion. If we do not find a patch of shade in this infinite emerald carpet, you may find yourself finishing this rally with a passenger who is nothing more than a puddle of decorative brass and a pair of melted spectacles." "Oh, Sam, you're just being dramatic," Ennie chirped. She was wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses and a bandana that made her look like a pirate who had lost her way and accidentally joined a gardening club. "The air is moving. The scenery is, Well, it's consistent. We're making great time. Consistency is the last refuge of the unimaginative, and making time is a phrase used by people who are too terrified to admit they have no idea where they're going, I retorted. At this moment, our only navigational landmark is a particularly stubborn-looking cow that has been on the horizon for the last 40 minutes. I suspect she is stalking us. It was exactly at that moment that the Fiat 126 Pi decided it had participated in enough international travel for one lifetime. There was no explosion. There was no dramatic mechanical cacophony. There was simply a soft, sickening snap from somewhere beneath the floorboards, followed by an immediate and profound loss of purpose. The engine, which had been screaming in a high-pitched C-sharp for the last 4 hours, suddenly dropped into a confused, idling murmur, and then went silent. The silence was not merely the absence of noise, it was a physical weight. It was the kind of silence that usually follows a very expensive divorce or the fall of an empire. We rolled forward for a few yards, the tires crunching softly on the dry Hungarian dirt, until we came to a halt in the middle of the infinite nowhere. "Well," I said, the steam from my cigar drifting lazily into the stagnant air, that was a very succinct way for the universe to tell us to shut up. "I believe the toddler has finally decided to throw a tantrum." Ennie didn't panic. She didn't even sigh. She simply pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead and let out a delighted little giggle. "Did you feel that, Sam? The pedal just went all floppy." Floppy is a word one uses for a puppy's ears or a poorly made pancake, I remarked, extricating my brass limbs from the cabin with a series of clicks that sounded like a clock shop during an earthquake. When applied to the primary control mechanism of an internal combustion engine in the heart of Central Europe, the word is catastrophic. We are currently stationary in a land where the primary export is goulash and consonants, and our vehicle has severed its connection to its own soul. Ennie hopped out and dove into the footwell. I stood by the side of the road, adjusting my top hat and leaning on my cane, looking out over the plains. The cow I had noticed earlier appeared to be laughing. "It's the throttle cable, Sam." Ennie's voice emerged from the dark recesses of the car. "Snapped right at the linkage. Poor thing, it must have just got tired of all that vibrating." "Tired?" I vented a cloud of steam. "I have been vibrating for 4 days, and I have yet to snap. Of course, I am built of sturdy Victorian pride, whereas this car is built of recycled soda cans and optimistic intentions. What is the prognosis, Doctor? Shall we begin the burial service, or do you intend to perform a miracle in the dirt?" Ennie emerged, her face already acquiring a fresh layer of grime. She looked around, her eyes bright with the thrill of the hunt. "I just need a way to link the pedal back to the carburetor. Do you have any string, Sam?" "I am a robot, Ennie. I do not carry string. I carry a sense of impending doom and a limited supply of high-grade kerosene." "I'll find something," she said, skipping over to the trunk, which in this car is in the front, just to ensure that nothing about the vehicle makes sense. She began rummaging through our supplies. "Let's see, spare socks, a tin of peaches. Ah, my sewing kit." I watched with a mixture of horror and grudging admiration as she produced a spool of heavy-duty upholstery thread and a large silver paperclip she had been using to keep her notes organized. "Ennie," I said, my resonators dropping an octave, I have seen many things in my long and varied existence. I have seen the Mississippi rise and swallow whole towns. I have seen politicians promise honesty with a straight face. But I have never seen a 10,000-mile journey across Asia attempted with the assistance of office supplies and a seamstress's leftovers. It's not just a paperclip, Sam. It's a temporary mechanical bridge. She was already back under the car, her small hands working with a feverish, terrifying efficiency. If I loop the thread through the cable housing and use the paperclip to hook the linkage, then lead the thread through the firewall and tie it to the pedal, it should work. It'll be like a puppet show, but with more exhaust. A puppet show, I repeated, leaning over to peer at her. We are going to drive to Mongolia by way of a marionette performance. If the ghost of Henry Ford is watching this, he is currently trying to find a way to die a second time. For the next 20 minutes, the only sounds were the distant lowing of the Hungarian cattle and the rhythmic clink-clink of Ennie's improvised engineering. I stood guard, venting a slow, rhythmic puff of steam every 30 seconds to keep the local insects at bay. I felt a strange, nagging sensation in my primary processing core, something that might have been called affection if I were made of more organic materials. "Okay, try it now," she shouted, her head popping up from the rear engine bay. I reached into the car and pressed the pedal with my brass finger. There was a faint, high-pitched creak as the thread pulled tight, and the carburetor linkage moved with a hesitant, jerky motion. "It moves," I conceded, though I suspect its lifespan can be measured in minutes rather than miles. "It'll get us to the next town," she said, wiping her forehead and leaving a streak of black grease that resembled a war paint stripe. "Come on, Sam, jump in. Adventure waits for no one, especially not people with snapped cables." I folded myself back into the passenger seat, my gears clicking in protest. Ennie twisted the wires together under the dash. The key was still a casualty of Prague, and the engine sputtered back to life. It sounded different now, more frantic, as if it knew it was being held together by the same materials used to repair a decorative pillow. "The first breakdown," I mused as we pulled back onto the flat, endless road. "They say it is a rite of passage, a baptism in grease and ingenuity. I suppose I should feel more enlightened, but instead I merely feel as though I am sitting on a time bomb made of haberdashery." "You're doing great, Sam," Ennie shouted, her foot feathering the thread-operated pedal. "We're really doing it. We're overlanders." "We are many things, Ennie," I said, venting a proud, defiant plume of steam into the Hungarian afternoon. "But mostly, we are a testament to the fact that the universe has a very peculiar sense of humor. Drive on, my dear. If we reach the border before the paperclip surrenders, I shall consider it a personal victory over the laws of physics." We rattled toward the horizon, a girl with a greasy smile and a robot with a copper cigar, powered by a 650 cubic centimeter engine and a single heroic piece of stationery. The road was still flat, the sun was still hot, and the cow was finally mercifully left behind in our wake. We had survived our first meeting with the inevitable, and we had won by a thread. Chapter 8. Istanbul Traffic. If there is a hierarchy to the world's chaos, Istanbul is surely the emperor, the high priest, and the primary shareholder of the entire enterprise. It is the only city on God's green earth that has the audacity to sit on 2 continents at once, as if it couldn't decide which part of the world to irritate and so chose both. To the casual observer, it is a magnificent tapestry of minarets, spice markets, and ancient history. To a mechanical gentleman of my refined sensibilities, currently wedged into a vibrating Polish thimble, it was a four-wheeled gladiator pit, where the only rule was every man for himself, and may the prophet help the slow. We arrived at the Bosphorus Bridge as the afternoon sun was turning the water into a sheet of hammered gold. It was a beautiful sight, or at least it would have been, if I hadn't been entirely preoccupied with the fact that our Fiat 126P, a vehicle with the footprint of a reasonably sized postage stamp, was currently being treated as a mobile speed bump by several thousand angry commuters. "Isn't it breathtaking, Sam?" Ennie shouted, her hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel as she dodged a suicidal moped and a man pushing a cart of watermelons. "We're crossing into Asia. One half of us is in Europe, the other is in the East. It's poetic." "My dear Ennie," I rumbled, my resonators buzzing with the sheer frequency of my indignation, "poetry usually involves a certain amount of rhythmic grace. What we are currently experiencing is a motorized riot. If one half of me is in Europe and the other is in Asia, it is only because I am being physically stretched across the tectonic plates by the sheer gravitational pull of this traffic. My brass plating is currently experiencing a level of anxiety that would give a steam shovel a nervous breakdown. The Turkish driver, I have observed, treats the horn not as a warning, but as a musical instrument meant to express the full spectrum of human emotion, mostly impatience and a profound disregard for the laws of physics. The air was a cacophony of beeps, honks, and the occasional guttural roar of a diesel engine that sounded like a hungry dragon with a grudge. We were crawling across the bridge, our tiny two-cylinder engine whining in a register that only dogs and particularly sensitive ghosts could hear, when the behemoth appeared. It was a transit bus, but to call it a bus is like calling the Great Pyramid a pile of rocks. It was a technicolor mountain of steel, decorated with enough tassels, evil eye charms, and chrome plating to decorate a small cathedral. It was painted a shade of blue that was offensive to the very concept of the color, and it was currently occupying 90% of the lane we were trying to exist in. "Ennie," I said, venting a thick, rhythmic jet of steam from my copper cigar, "do you see that blue wall of impending doom to our left? The one that is currently blotting out the sun and most of the known universe? I believe it is planning to annex our physical space." "He's fine, Sam. He's just merging," Ennie chirped, though even her optimism sounded a bit strained as the bus's massive, rotating hubcaps began to loom at eye level with our windows. "Merging is a polite term used for two rivers joined together," I noted. "What that bus is doing is an invasion. We are the Poland of this situation, and he is, well, everything else. If he moves another 6 inches to the right, this Fiat will become a very expensive piece of jewelry for his front bumper." The bus let out a blast of its air horn, a sound so profound it actually caused my internal spectacles to rattle against my brass nose bridge. The sheer displacement of air nearly pushed us into the railing of the bridge. Through the window, I could see the bus driver, a man with a mustache that looked like it could have its own seat in Parliament, talking animatedly on a mobile phone while steering with a single, indifferent elbow. "He doesn't even see us," Ennie gasped, finally realizing that her darling Malich was currently below the bus's line of sight. "Sam, do something! Honk the horn!" The horn? I asked. You mean that pathetic little meep that sounds like a mouse being stepped on by a heavy-set ant? Against that air horn, it would be like trying to stop a thunderstorm by whistling a jaunty tune. But I am, if nothing else, a creature of action when the circumstances involve my own structural disassembly. I leaned as far out the passenger window as my folding joints would allow, my brass head gleaming in the Turkish sun. I took a massive, deep lungful of steam from my internal boiler and exhaled it through my cigar with the force of a Mississippi paddle-wheeler hitting a sandbar. A thick, white plume of peppermint-scented steam billowed out, completely obscuring the bus driver's side mirror and part of his windshield. The bus swerved. It didn't swerve much. A behemoth of that size has a lot of momentum, but it was enough. The driver, clearly startled by the sudden appearance of a Victorian cloud of vapor and a brass-plated man in a top hat, corrected his course with a startled shout that we could hear even over the engine noise. "Ha!" Ennie cheered, throwing the Fiat into third gear, a gear that usually only existed as a theoretical concept. "Nice work, Sam. You've still got the old fire in you." "I have a boiler full of scalding water and a profound desire not to be flattened," I corrected her, retracting myself into the cabin and venting a small, satisfied puff of steam. "If the price of our entry into Asia is a bit of unauthorized meteorological interference, I am happy to pay it." We lurched off the bridge and onto the soil of Anatolia. The traffic did not get better. If anything, it became more creative. But we were across. We had navigated the Bosphorus, faced down a technicolor giant, and arrived in the east with our paperclip linkage, now reinforced with a bit of Turkish wire we found near a kebab stand, still intact. The air smelled different here, sweeter, heavier, filled with the scent of roasting meat, strong tobacco, and the dust of 1,000 years. As we rattled through the outskirts of the city, leaving the towers of the West behind us, I found myself looking out at the horizon. "So, Sam," Ennie said, her face glowing with the thrill of the achievement, "how does it feel? You're an Asian traveler now." "It feels," I said, adjusting my hat and feeling the rhythmic, comforting thrum of the tiny engine beneath my seat, "exactly like the beginning of a very long and very dusty story. And if the buses in Asia are all that large, I suggest we invest in a larger supply of peppermint oil. My boiler is going to be very busy." We drove on, a girl and a robot in a toy car, heading toward the heart of the ancient world. The chaos of Istanbul faded into the rearview mirror, replaced by the rising hills of Anatolia. We were small, we were loud, and we were fundamentally ill-suited for the task ahead. In other words, we were perfectly on schedule. Chapter 9. Cappadocia Dust. If central Anatolia is not the place where the sun goes to practice its most malevolent work, then I should very much like to avoid the place that is. We were driving through a landscape that looked as though it had been dreamed up by a giant with a fever and a very poor grasp of architectural stability. This was Cappadocia, a land of fairy chimneys and honeycombed cliffs that appeared to have been sculpted out of hardened custard by a deity with a penchant for the surreal. To the tourist with a guidebook and a bottle of chilled mineral water, it is a geological marvel. To a mechanical gentleman of my particular construction, currently serving as a mobile furnace, it was a hellish kiln designed specifically to test the melting point of brass. "Look at the formation, Sam. They looked like giant mushrooms, or maybe castles for very small, very rocky kings. Ennie shouted, wiping a thick layer of Anatolian grit from her forehead. The dust was everywhere. It was not merely on the road. It was in the air, in our lungs, and most distressingly, in my fine-tuned internal chronometer. I felt as though I were being sandblasted from the inside out. My copper cigar was venting a constant, desperate stream of steam, and my resonators were buzzing with a dry, parched rattle that sounded like a bag of cicadas in a drought. "Ennie," I rasped, the gears in my neck clicking with the sound of grinding glass, "if we do not find relief from this celestial blowtorch, I shall soon become a permanent decorative part of the landscape. I am currently experiencing a level of thermal expansion that is causing my waistcoat buttons to strain against their solder. As for the fairy chimneys, I suspect the fairies in question are currently being roasted alive, which would explain the lack of a welcoming committee." The Fiat 126P was not faring any better. The toddler was an air-cooled machine, which is a design philosophy that works splendidly in the brisk, temperate air of a Polish autumn, but is fundamentally an act of treason when applied to a Turkish summer. The engine, tucked away in the back like a shameful secret, was no longer humming. It was let out a rhythmic, metallic sob. "She's just breathing hard," Ennie said, her optimism remaining as impenetrable as a bank vault. "She's a fighter, Sam. A little dust won't stop a Malach." "It is not the dust that concerns me, my dear. It is the fact that the air currently being used to cool the engine is roughly the temperature of a baker's oven," I noted. "We are not driving a car. We are navigating a convection current, and I believe our heroic paperclip linkage is beginning to soften. If it reaches its liquidous state, we shall be reduced to a very hot, very stationary piece of sculpture." As we crested a particularly steep, dusty rise, the engine gave a final, mournful hiccough and simply quit. It didn't stall. It resigned. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own cooling fans spinning at a frantic, futile velocity. "Well," I said, the steam from my cigar curling lazily into the shimmering heat, "the defense rests. The toddler has gone on strike, and I, for one, intend to join the picket line." Ennie hopped out, her boots kicking up a cloud of fine white powder. She didn't look defeated. She looked like an explorer who had just found the North Pole and was disappointed only by the lack of a gift shop. "She just needs a nap, Sam. We'll let her cool down. And look, there's a village just down the slope. We can find a place to stay." The village was a collection of dwellings carved directly into the soft, volcanic tuff of the cliffs. It was a subterranean metropolis that had been inhabited since the days when people wore bedsheets as formal attire and thought the earth was a flat disk supported by a very tired turtle. We eventually found ourselves being led into a cave hotel by a local man whose face was so wrinkled and weathered that it appeared to be carved from the same stone as his house. He spoke no English, and I spoke no Turkish, my linguistic repertoire being largely limited to 19th century American idioms and the occasional French profanity. But we managed to communicate through a series of gestures and a shared understanding of the heat. The cave was a revelation. The moment we stepped through the stone archway, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. It was cool, dim, and smelled of ancient dust and damp earth. "See, Sam? Luxury," Ennie chirped, tossing her grease-stained bag onto a bed that was essentially a ledge carved into the wall. "It's like being a cave woman, but with better plumbing. Well, maybe the same plumbing, but it's cool." I sat on a stone bench, my brass limbs letting out a long, shuddering series of clicks as they began to contract. I vented a massive, relieved plume of peppermint steam. I have spent my existence avoiding the grave, Ennie, yet here I am, voluntarily entering a hole in the ground and finding it more delightful than a Mississippi ballroom. It is a strange world where a man or a machine must flee into the earth to escape the sky. "It's cozy," she said, already tinkering with a small handheld radio she'd salvaged in Hungary. "Tomorrow, the car will be ice-cold and ready to go. We'll be in Erzurum by sunset." I looked at her, silhouetted against the bright white glare of the cave entrance. Her hair was a wild, dusty halo, and her spirit was entirely untouched by the fact that we were currently sleeping in a geological ornament with a broken car and no clear idea of where we were. "Ennie," I said, my voice echoing softly off the stone walls, "do you ever wonder why we are doing this? We are traversing the cradle of civilization in a vehicle that would be rejected by a self-respecting scrap dealer, driven by a girl who thinks a paperclip is a structural element, and a robot who is essentially a Victorian teapot with legs." She stopped her tinkering and looked at me, her eyes softening. "Because it's there, Sam. And because if we didn't do it, we'd just be sitting in a basement somewhere wondering what we missed. Besides, who else gets to sleep in a 3,000-year-old chimney with a world-famous author?" "A mechanical approximation of one," I corrected her, though I felt a rhythmic, comforting hum in my core. The original would have likely complained about the lack of a proper writing desk and the distinct absence of a good Kentucky bourbon. "I've got a tin of lukewarm peach juice," she offered, holding it out with a grin. I sighed, a long whistling sound that rattled my spectacles. "It is a poor substitute for the high-octane spirits of my youth, but given the circumstances, I shall accept it as a libation to the gods of the underground. Drink up, Ennie. Tomorrow we return to the kiln, and I suspect the sun has not yet finished its argument with our cooling system." I sat in the dark, venting small rhythmic puffs of steam as the ancient silence of Cappadocia settled around us. Outside, the Fiat 126P sat in the cooling night air, its paperclip linkage resting, its Polish heart waiting for the dawn. We were deeper into the east than I had ever dreamed, and while I was still a reluctant traveler, I had to admit, the view from the bottom of a hole in the ground was surprisingly poetic. Chapter 10. The Border of Red Tape. If there is a place where the forward progress of the human race goes to die a slow, suffocating death under a mountain of carbon copy paper and ink-stained thumbprints, it is the international border between Turkey and the Islamic Republic of Iran. We arrived at the gates of Gurbulak with the sun directly overhead, a position it seemed to have taken specifically so it could watch our impending humiliation with a clearer eye. To a man, or a mechanical gentleman, of my temperament, a border is a conceptual absurdity. It is a line drawn in the dirt by men in tall hats to indicate where one set of prejudices ends and another begins. But to the Iranian customs official, the border is a sacred temple of the circumlocution office, and the carnet de passage is the holy scripture. "Look at the queue, Sam, it's like a parade of giants," Ennie cried, her eyes wide as we pulled our tiny Polish hatchback behind a line of semi-trucks that stretched into the shimmering horizon. These were not trucks. They were iron elephants, belching black smoke and carrying the commerce of nations. Beside them, our Fiat 126P looked like a stray roller skate that had accidentally wandered into a stampede. "It is not a parade, Ennie. It is a siege," I rumbled, my resonators clicking with a rhythmic, impatient cadence. I took a deep, mournful pull of my copper cigar and vented a plume of steam that drifted toward Mount Ararat, which sat in the distance looking down on us with an expression of icy, volcanic indifference. "We have entered the realm of the great red tape. I suspect we shall be here long enough for my brass to acquire a natural green patina and for you to reach a sensible middle age." We spent the first 4 hours simply moving 30 feet. It was a glacial pace that would have been shamed by a tectonic plate. The heat was a physical weight, a thick, dusty blanket that caused my internal cooling fans to whine in a pitch that suggested they were considering a formal resignation. "Why are they taking so long, Sam?" Ennie asked, her optimism finally beginning to wilt like a carnation in a furnace. She was currently fanning herself with a Turkish transit map that, as we established earlier, was about as useful as a recipe for ice in the middle of a desert. "Bureaucracy, my dear, is the art of making the possible impossible through the judicious use of ink," I explained. "These men do not see a girl and a robot in a car. They see a series of boxes that have not yet been checked. They are currently engaged in a profound struggle to determine if our presence violates a law written in 1924 regarding the importation of clockwork philosophers and Polish haberdashery." Finally, after 7 hours of stationary misery, we were beckoned forward by a guard who possessed a mustache of such magnificent density that I suspected it required its own passport. He looked at Ennie. He looked at the wires hanging from the steering column. Then he looked at me. I sat perfectly still. I have found that when dealing with officialdom, it is best to mimic the qualities of a particularly expensive piece of furniture. I adjusted my spectacles, gripped my cane, and allowed a tiny, dignified wisp of peppermint steam to escape my cigar. The guard's eyes widened. He did not ask for our passports. He did not ask for the carnet. He walked a slow, silent circle around the car, his boots crunching on the gravel. He stopped at the rear of the Fiat, where the engine was currently ticking as it cooled, a sound like a very small, very nervous clock. "Engine?" he asked, pointing a thick finger at the vented hood. "It's a 650 cubic centimeters, two-cylinder, air-cooled masterpiece," Ennie chirped, jumping out of the car with a sudden burst of renewed energy. She popped the latch, which I had previously reinforced with a bit of Turkish wire and a prayer, and revealed the toddler's heart. The guard leaned in. Then another guard joined him. Then a third, who appeared to be a high-ranking official based on the amount of gold braid on his shoulders, drifted over from the shade of the main building. They ignored Ennie. They ignored the walking teapot in the passenger seat. They stared at the engine. One of them reached out and poked a spark plug wire. He murmured something in Farsi that sounded suspiciously like a prayer for the departed. "They think it's a toy, Sam," Ennie whispered, leaning against the door. "No," I replied, my resonators humming with a low, amused vibration. "They are trying to solve a mathematical paradox. They are looking at a machine that possesses less horsepower than a briskly pedaled bicycle, and trying to understand how it has traversed 2,000 miles without dissolving into a puddle of regret. It is a scientific curiosity to them, like a dog that can play the flute. The high-ranking official looked up from the engine and stared at me. He pointed at my brass chest. "Robot?" "A mechanical approximation of a gentleman of letters," I rumbled, my voice rasping with a dry TwAIn-esque wit. "Constructed for the purpose of observation and the occasional delivery of a well-timed aphorism. At present, however, I am mostly a mobile heat sink." The guard didn't blink. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small silver flashlight, and began to inspect my elbow joints. "I am not a car part, sir," I noted, venting a sharp puff of steam that caused him to jump back, "though I suspect I am made of sturdier material than this vehicle's gearbox." The next 4 hours were a phantasmagoria of mechanical interrogation. We were not asked about our mission, our politics, or our cargo. Instead, we were treated to a series of lectures, via sign language and broken English, on why our engine was too small, why our tires were too thin, and how we would surely be consumed by the salt deserts of the East within 48 hours. They brought us tea, thick, sweet, and served in delicate glasses that seemed entirely too refined for our current dusty state. We sat on a bench in the shade of the customs house, surrounded by guards who were now taking turns sitting in the Fiat to see if their knees would actually fit. "You see, Ennie," I said, sipping a bit of the tea, which I funneled into a specialized intake valve near my primary boiler, "the world is not governed by laws or treaties. It is governed by curiosity. We have achieved more with this Polish thimble and my brass exterior than a dozen diplomats could in a year. We are the most interesting thing to happen to this border since the invention of the wheel." Finally, as the moon began to rise over the jagged peaks, the official with the gold braid returned our passports. He had stamped them with a flourish that suggested he was granting us a royal decree. He shook Ennie's hand, then gave my brass forearm a respectful pat. "Good luck," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Tiny car, big heart." "And a paperclip linkage," I added, though I suspect the translation didn't quite carry the weight of the tragedy. We lurched forward, crossing the line into the Islamic Republic of Iran. The 12-hour wait had cost us our schedule, our nerves, and most of Ennie's boiled sweets. But we had gained something far more valuable, the grudging respect of the great red tape. As we drove into the darkening Persian night, the road ahead was long, the desert was waiting, and the engine was still ticking like a time bomb. But for the first time in a week, the air felt a little lighter. "So, Sam," Ennie said, her face illuminated by the dim glow of the dashboard, "only 4,000 miles to go. Think we'll make it?" "Mighty," I said, venting a long, satisfied plume of steam. "After facing the mustaches of Gurbelak, I believe the Gobi Desert will be a mere formality. Drive on. I hear the tea in Tabriz is even better." Chapter 11. Tea and Transmissions. Tabriz is a city that has been destroyed by earthquakes so many times that the local architecture has developed a sort of weary, stoic patience, much like a man who has been married 4 times and has finally decided that the secret to a long life is to stop buying expensive furniture. It is a sprawling, dusty jewel of the Silk Road, where the air is thick with the scent of charcoal-grilled lamb, ancient carpets, and the unmistakable oily perfume of 1,000 overtaxed diesel engines. We entered the city limits with the Fiat's gearbox, performing a symphony of mechanical distress that would have made a skeleton playing the xylophone sound like a lullaby. Every time Ennie attempted to shift into third gear, the car let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated agony, a sound that suggested the cogs inside were no longer engaged in a professional partnership, but were instead involved in a violent multi-car pileup. "She's just articulating her concerns, Sam," Ennie shouted over the rhythmic crunch-grind wail of the transmission. "If she articulates any more clearly, Ennie, we shall be forced to complete the journey in a series of very short, very expensive hops," I replied, my resonators vibrating with the frequency of a disturbed hornet's nest. I vented a sharp, peppermint-scented plume of steam from my copper cigar, which immediately vanished into the hazy Persian afternoon. At this moment, the gearbox sounds like a disagreement between a family of cutlery and a high-speed ceiling fan. I suspect the gears have been reduced to a fine metallic powder, which is likely the only thing keeping the whole contraption from seizing into a solid, Polish-shaped rock. We eventually lurched to a halt in front of a workshop that looked as though it had been built from the spare parts of an abandoned fortress. A sign above the door featured a hand-painted wrench and a series of Farsi characters that I can only assume translated to "Abandon hope, all ye who enter with an Italian-designed drive train." Out stepped a man named Abbas. He was a man whose face was a detailed map of a life spent in the company of stubborn machinery. His hands were so thoroughly impregnated with grease that I suspect his very DNA had been rewritten as a service manual for a 1974 Peugeot. He looked at the Fiat, he looked at Ennie, who was currently covered in a layer of Hungarian dust and Turkish soot. Finally, he looked at me. I sat perfectly still, my brass head tilted at a jaunty, inquisitive angle. I am aware that a walking, talking, steam-venting Victorian gentleman made of copper and clockwork is not a common sight in the marketplaces of East Azerbaijan, but Abbas did not blink. He merely tapped his chin with a wrench and nodded. "Robot?" he asked, his voice a deep, gravelly rumble. "A mechanical approximation of a philosopher," I said, my voice rasping with its usual dry wit. "Currently serving as the ballast for this motorized catastrophe. My companion is the optimist. I am the cooling system." Abbas nodded again, as if he met a dozen mechanical Americans every Tuesday. He walked over to the Fiat, placed his ear against the hood, and signaled for Ennie to start the engine. When she did, and the gearbox let out its trademark scream of the damned, Abbas winced as if someone had insulted his mother. "Qatar, Qatar," he muttered, shaking his head. "Transmission is kebab, very bad." "Can you fix it?" Ennie asked, her eyes wide with hope. "We're in a rally. We have to get to Mongolia." Abbas looked at the tiny car, then at the girl, then at the robot. A slow, mischievous smile spread across his face, hidden partially by a mustache that could have provided sanctuary for several species of migratory birds. "I fix, but no money. Payment is dinner, my house. My wife makes best cello kebab in Tabriz. You come, we eat, we talk, then we work." In my former life, I had been the guest of honor at many a grand banquet, from the gilded halls of London to the rowdy saloons of the Nevada Territory, but I have never experienced a hospitality quite like the Persian variety. It is a relentless, overwhelming force of nature, a sort of aggressive kindness that refuses to take no for an answer. We were led through a labyrinth of narrow alleys to a modest courtyard where the air was heavy with the smell of saffron and scorched tomatoes. Abbas's wife, a woman whose smile was as warm as her bread, welcomed us as if we were long-lost royalty. I was seated on a plush carpet, my brass joints clicking as I attempted to find a dignified way to sit cross-legged. Ennie was already deep in conversation with the children, showing them her lucky wrench and explaining the finer points of the Mongol rally. "Mr. Sam," Abbas said, handing me a small, delicate glass of tea, "you do not eat. I see this, but you enjoy." "I enjoy the theater of it, sir," I replied, funneling a small amount of the tea into my secondary intake valve. A man who cannot eat is at a distinct disadvantage in a social setting, but he gains a great deal in observation. Your home is a masterpiece of tranquility. It is a shame I must soon return to the interior of that vibrating tin box. After a feast that left Ennie in a state of blissful, saffron-induced lethargy, Abbas stood up and beckoned us back to the workshop. It was now well past midnight. The city was silent, but the garage was flooded with the harsh yellow light of a single swinging bulb. I watched, mesmerized by the sheer artistry of the man. Abbas did not use a manual. He did not use a computer. He operated by a sort of mechanical intuition, a conversation with the metal itself. He dropped the gearbox out of the Fiat with a speed that suggested the car was actively trying to shed its own organs. He opened the casing to reveal a scene of carnage that looked like a scrap metal yard in miniature. "See," he said, pointing a greasy finger at a shattered synchro ring. "Polish steel, not strong, like paper." For the next 4 hours we worked in a rhythmic, wordless dance. Ennie cleaned parts with a ferocity that bordered on the religious. Abbas machined new spacers out of a piece of scrap metal he found in a corner, and I served as a mobile, high-intensity lamp, holding a flashlight in my brass hand and venting small, focused jets of steam to clear the grit from the fine gears. At one point, Abbas stopped and looked at me, his brow furrowed. "Mr. Sam, why you go Mongolia? Car is small, you are old. Why?" I took a long, slow draw on my copper cigar and exhaled a plume of peppermint vapor. "Because, Abbas, the world is a book, and those who do not travel read only a page. And while I have read many pages, most of them were written by men who never left their libraries. I find that I prefer the dusty, greasy reality of the road to the pristine lies of the inkwell. Also," I added, glancing at Ennie, "I have been blackmailed by a girl with a wrench and a terminal case of cheerfulness." Abbas laughed, a sound like a heavy engine turning over on a cold morning. He slammed the gearbox back into place and tightened the final bolt with a flourish. "Is done. Better than Polish. Better than new. This gear, it will see the Gobi." As the first light of dawn began to gray the skies over Tabriz, we prepared to depart. The car sounded different. The scream was gone, replaced by a smooth mechanical hum that suggested the gears were finally on speaking terms again. Ennie hugged Abbas, getting a fresh smear of Tabriz grease on her cheek. I offered my brass hand, which he shook with a grip that would have crushed a lesser robot. Go now, Abbas said, waving us toward the east. Tell the Mongols that the mechanics of Tabriz do not sleep. We shall carry the news with us, sir, I rumbled, settling back into the passenger seat, though I suspect the news will arrive several weeks before we do. We rolled out of the city, the new gearbox shifting with a buttery precision that felt like a miracle. The road ahead was still long, and the deserts were waiting, but for the first time since London, the car felt as though it actually wanted to move. I vented a proud, defiant plume of steam into the morning air. We were leaving the tea and the transmissions of Tabriz behind, but we were carrying a bit of Persian soul with us, tucked somewhere between the gears and the paperclip linkage. Chapter 12. The Salt Deserts. If there is a place more thoroughly God-forsaken than the Dasht-e Kavir, I suspect it is currently being held in reserve for the truly wicked, or perhaps for those who design air-cooled engines for use in the Northern Hemisphere, and then neglect to include a warning label for those intending to traverse the salt-crusted griddles of the East. We were currently floating, if one can call a bone-shaking, rhythmic rattling floating, across a landscape that looked as though a giant had spilled a celestial quantity of bleach over a limitless expanse of nothingness. The salt desert of Iran is not merely a place. It is a profound absence of everything that makes life worth living, such as shade, humidity, and a reliable telegraph office. It is so blindingly white that it makes a fresh snowfall in Connecticut look like a soot-stained alleyway, and so hot that I began to fear my internal solder might achieve a state of liquid rebellion and depart my brass frame altogether. Isn't the solitude magnificent, Sam? It's just us and the horizon, Ennie shouted. Her voice, usually as bright as a new penny, was beginning to acquire a certain parched sandpaper quality. She was wearing a pair of dark goggles she'd bartered for in Tabriz, and her face was covered in a film of white salt dust that made her look like a very cheerful ghost. I took a long, labored draw on my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled was no longer a jaunty plume. It was a desperate, whistling jet of peppermint vapor that vanished instantly into the shimmering, parched air. Solitude, Ennie, is a luxury afforded to people in libraries. What we are experiencing is geographical isolation of the most terminal variety. At this moment, my primary boiler is registering a temperature that is usually reserved for the core of a dying star. If we do not find a way to encourage this Polish toaster to shed its excess caloric indignation, you will soon be traveling with a passenger who is nothing more than a pile of decorative copper slag. The Fiat 126P, our faithful but fundamentally overmatched toddler, was currently in a state of mechanical mutiny. The engine, tucked into the rear like a shameful secret, was no longer emitting its characteristic sewing machine thrum. Instead, it was producing a sound like a bag of hot gravel being tossed into a furnace. The smell of scorched oil, a scent I have come to associate with our impending doom, was thick in the cabin. "She's overheating, Sam. The air just isn't enough," Ennie cried. She glanced at the dashboard, where the oil light was flickering with the rhythmic persistence of a dying pulse. "The air," I noted, my resonators rasping with the frequency of a dry locust, "is currently the temperature of a well-stoked hearth. Expecting it to cool a Polish engine is like expecting a man to find relief by being fanned with a lit torch. We are essentially driving a convection oven across a salt pan." Suddenly, with a sound like a small, indignant sneeze, the engine sputtered and died. We coasted for a few hundred yards, the tires crunching softly on the salt crust, until we came to a halt in the center of a white void. The silence was so profound it felt like a physical weight against my brass ears. "Well," I said, venting a final, weary cloud of steam, "the defense rests. We have been defeated by a lack of breeze and the laws of thermodynamics. I shall wait here for the archaeologists to find me. I suspect I shall make a very handsome museum piece in a century or two." Ennie didn't wait for the archaeologists. She was already out of the car, her boots sinking into the salt crust. "We just need to get the air to it, Sam. The hood is trapping all the heat. If we can just hold it open while we move." She rummaged through the back seat, pushing aside a bag of stale flatbread and a collection of Turkish transit maps that had proven about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. She emerged with a half-full plastic bottle of Evian water, a relic from London that we had been hoarding for an emergency. "A water bottle?" I asked, leaning my brass head out the window. "Do you intend to baptize the engine, or do you hope to bribe the desert spirits with French mineral water?" "Neither," she chirped. She popped the rear latch, exposing the scorched, ticking heart of the Maluk. She took the water bottle, wedged it firmly between the engine block and the edge of the hood, and then used a length of the Tabriz wire to lash the lid of the hood to the bottle. The result was a vehicle that looked as though it had been involved in a rear-end collision with a grocery store. The hood was propped open at a 45-degree angle, gaping like the mouth of a hungry shark. "There," she said, wiping a streak of salt from her brow. "Now, when we move, the air will scoop right in. It's an aerodynamic masterpiece." "It is a mechanical indecency," I corrected her, though I felt a rhythmic click of admiration in my core. "We are now traversing the Islamic Republic in a car that appears to be screaming for help. However, if it prevents my internal clockwork from fusing into a solid lump of Victorian regret, I shall not complain, at least not more than usual." We climbed back in. Ennie twisted the ignition wires. The key was still a distant memory of a Prague tavern, and the engine, having had a few minutes to contemplate its sins, coughed back to life. With the hood propped open by the ghost of a French spring, we lurched forward. The effect was immediate. The temperature in the cabin dropped from crematorium to uncomfortably warm, and the oil light ceased its frantic flickering. We moved across the salt desert at a steady 30 miles per hour, the wind whistling through the gap in our rear hood like a deranged flute player. "See, Sam? Engineering!" Ennie shouted over the roar of the wind. "Improvisation, Ennie, is the daughter of desperation and the mother of all future repairs," I replied. I leaned back, or as far back as the cramped seat would allow, and looked out at the white, shimmering expanse. The dash-day Kavir stretched out forever, a bleached skull of a landscape that had seen empires rise and fall and likely didn't think much of a tiny Polish car with a water bottle spoiler. As the sun began to dip, turning the salt from a blinding white to a soft, bruised purple, I felt a strange sense of tranquility. We were 1,000 miles from a proper road, held together by a paperclip and a piece of plastic, heading toward a destination that didn't want us, in a car that shouldn't work. "Ennie," I said, my voice softening as I vented a gentle, rhythmic puff of peppermint steam. "Yes, Sam? If we survive this, I want it noted in our memoirs. that the salvation of the great Mark Twain was achieved by a 12-ounce bottle of non-carbonated water. It is a detail so absurd that even I could not have invented it. She laughed, a silver sound that echoed across the salt. Noted, Sam. Now keep an eye out for a gas station. I think the bottle is starting to melt. Of course it is, I sighed, adjusting my spectacles. Progress, it seems, is always a race against the melting point. We drove on into the purple twilight, a tiny, gaping miracle of misplaced confidence, leaving a thin trail of salt dust and the smell of peppermint in our wake. The desert was vast, but for the moment we were bigger than the horizon. Chapter 13. Night Under Persian Stars. The transition from a Persian day to a Persian night is not a gradual affair, like the slow fading of a respectable conversation. It is a sudden, dramatic withdrawal of the sun's patronage, as if the celestial landlord had grown tired of our antics and decided to cut off the lights without notice. One moment, we were being roasted in a salt pan that had the temperature and charm of a furnace. The next, we were submerged in a silence so thick you could have carved it into blocks and sold it as insulation. We had pulled the toddler off what passed for the road, a suggestion of a track that seemed to have been laid down by a drunkard following a butterfly, and settled into the cooling sands. The Fiat's engine, still propped open by the heroic but now slightly deformed Evian bottle, was letting out a series of rhythmic metallic pings as the scorched iron contracted. It sounded like a very small, very tired blacksmith was trying to pack up his shop for the night. "Look at him, Sam," Ennie whispered. She was lying on her back on a tattered rug we'd acquired in Tabriz, her head resting on a spare tire that I suspected was more air than rubber. She was gesturing toward the sky. I sat on a collapsible camp stool that groaned under my brass weight, venting a slow, contemplative plume of peppermint steam. I looked up. In the city, the stars are merely a few lonely sparkles struggling against the vanity of streetlights. But out here, in the heart of the Dashta Kavir, the heavens were an aggressive, shimmering riot of light. It was as if a giant had dropped a bag of diamonds onto a velvet coat and then decided to brag about it. "They are certainly persistent," I rumbled, my resonator softened to a low hum, "though I find the sheer quantity of them a bit ostentatious. A few well-placed constellations are a sign of good taste. 1,000,000 of them is just showing off. It's like a man who wears all his jewelry at once. You don't know whether to admire him or worry about his insurance premiums." Ennie laughed, a soft, silver sound that seemed to drift upward toward the Milky Way. "You're such a cynic, Sam. Don't you think it's beautiful? We're in the middle of nowhere, thousands of miles from home, with nothing but a tiny car and each other. Doesn't that make you feel, I don't know, significant?" "Significant?" I adjusted my spectacles, the brass frames clicking. "On the contrary, my dear, looking at that celestial ledger makes me feel like a very small, very unimportant footnote in a book that was written in a language I cannot read. I am a mechanical approximation of a man who died a century ago, sitting in a desert that has existed for millions of years, traveling in a vehicle that shouldn't survive a trip to the grocery store. If there is significance in that, it is of the variety that involves a great deal of irony and a very limited supply of spare parts." I took a long draw on my copper cigar. The steam curled around my mustache, white against the indigo dark. Why did we do it, Sam? She asked suddenly, her voice losing its habitual chirp. I mean, really, you could have stayed in that museum basement. You could have been polished once a week and had people look at you and wonder what you were thinking. And me? I could have stayed in the garage in London, fixing minis and wondering if I'd ever see a desert. I turned my brass head toward her. The starlight caught the copper of my eyes, reflecting a dull orange glow. A museum basement, Ennie, is merely a waiting room for oblivion. There is no weather in a basement. There is no dust. There are no broken fan belts or surly border guards with magnificent mustaches. But there is also no life. I may be made of gears and boilers, but the original Samuel Clemens once said that the fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. I paused, venting a small, thoughtful puff of steam. I suppose I decided that if I was to be a copy of a man, I should at least be a copy that does something worth copying. I would rather be a broken robot in a Persian salt pan than a pristine one in a glass box. As for you, you are an optimist, which is a condition that is usually fatal unless it is accompanied by a good wrench and a sense of direction. You did this because you have a heart that beats in a higher gear than the rest of the world. I just wanted to see if I could, she said softly. I wanted to see if we could make this little Polish toaster do the impossible. And I wanted to see if you were as grumpy as you looked in the photographs. I am much grumpier, I assured her. Photographs are incapable of capturing the full multi-layered texture of my indignation. It is an art form that requires a live audience. We sat in silence for a long time. The desert air was turning cold, the kind of dry, biting chill that makes a man or a machine appreciate the invention of the blanket. I felt my internal heaters kick in, a low, comforting vibration in my chest. Sam. Yes, Ennie. Do you think the paperclip will hold until we reach the Caspian? I looked over at the Fiat. In the starlight, it looked like a small silver beetle huddled against the cold. The water bottle was still wedged in the hood, a plastic sentry guarding the engine's peace. The paperclip, I noted, has already achieved more than most diplomats achieve in a lifetime. It has maintained its integrity under pressures that would have crushed a man of lesser mettle. Whether it holds or not is a matter for Providence to decide, but I suspect that as long as you are the one steering, the laws of physics will likely be too intimidated to intervene. She smiled, her eyes closing as she drifted toward sleep. Good night, Sam. Good night, my dear, I replied, my voice a rasping, mechanical whisper. I did not sleep. A robot of my construction does not require sleep in the traditional sense. I merely enter a state of low-power contemplation, where my gears turn slowly and my boiler idles at a dignified pressure. I sat there, a brass ghost in the moonlight, watching over the girl in the car. I thought about the road ahead, the Caspian ferry, the marble halls of Ashgabat, the high passes of the Pamirs. It was a journey of magnificent, well-planned idiocy, and as I vented a final, gentle plume of peppermint steam into the cold Persian night, I realized with a start that I wouldn't have traded it for all the museum polish in the world. The stars continued their silent, arrogant dance above us. We were small, we were lost, and we were fundamentally absurd. But as the desert wind began to whistle through the Fiat's open hood, I felt a strange rhythmic satisfaction in my primary core. We were still moving, and in a universe this large, that is about as significant as anyone can hope to be. Chapter 14. The Turkmenistan Ferry. The Caspian Sea is a geographical lie of such staggering proportions that I suspect it was invented by a cartographer who had run out of blue ink and possessed a profound desire to confuse future generations. It is called a sea, yet it has no tide. It is technically a lake, yet it is large enough to swallow several respectable European nations and still have room for dessert. It is a vast, brackish puddle with an identity crisis, and we were currently perched on its southern rim, waiting for a ferry that possessed the same elusive qualities as a politician's promise or a ghost's footprint. We sat upon a concrete pier in an Iranian port that had been baked by the sun until it possessed the texture and temperament of a scorched biscuit. The air was a thick, humid soup of salt, diesel fumes, and the mounting desperation of several dozen truckers who had been waiting so long they had begun to form a new civilization based on the bartering of spare tires and lukewarm tea. "Any sign of the vessel, Ennie?" I inquired, my resonators clicking with a dry rhythmic impatience. I was currently shaded by a piece of corrugated tin that I had shared with a very large, very philosophical-looking goat. I took a long draw on my copper cigar, venting a plume of peppermint-scented steam that struggled to rise in the heavy, stagnant air. Or has the Caspian finally decided to evaporate out of sheer boredom, leaving us to drive across the muddy remains in our Polish bathtub? Ennie was standing on the roof of the Fiat, a maneuver that caused the metal to groan with a sound like a soul in purgatory, shielding her eyes and peering into the hazy blue distance. "I think I see a smudge on the horizon, Sam. It's either the ferry or a very large, very floating mountain of hope." "Hope, my dear, is a poor navigational aid," I remarked, the gears in my neck grinding as I turned toward her. "In my experience, a smudge on the horizon is usually nothing more than a trick of the light designed to lure the unwary into a state of temporary, unearned cheerfulness. I have been monitoring my internal chronometer, and by my calculations, we have been stationary for precisely 36 hours. In that time, I have observed the birth, life, and tragic demise of a small colony of barnacles on the pier piling below us. They moved with more purpose than this port authority. We were not alone in our vigil. Team 1, the lads in the Citroën 2CV, had caught up to us, their corrugated tin car looking remarkably like a piece of the pier that had accidentally acquired wheels. They were currently engaged in a game of cards with a group of Armenian truckers, using a set of rules that appeared to involve a great deal of shouting and the occasional exchange of cigarettes. The Fiat, meanwhile, sat huddled in the shadow of a shipping container. The water bottle was still lashed to the rear hood, though the heat had warped the plastic into a shape that suggested it was trying to evolve into a different, more resilient species. The paperclip linkage, our silver thread of destiny, was currently resting, its metallic heart hopefully recharging for the horrors of Turkmenistan. "The man in the little office said the boat is coming soon," Ennie said, hopping down from the roof with a grace that I found frankly offensive given our current circumstances. "He said it's just a matter of logistics." Logistics is a word used by bureaucrats to describe a situation they have no intention of fixing, I noted. It is the linguistic equivalent of a shrug. If a man tells you a ferry is coming soon in this part of the world, he means that the ship exists in a theoretical sense, but its physical manifestation in this harbor is subject to the whims of the wind, the tides, and whether or not the captain has finished his backgammon tournament. The sun began its slow, agonizing descent, turning the Caspian into a sheet of hammered lead. The heat didn't so much leave as it did thicken into a humid, salty shroud. My brass skin felt tacky, and I could feel the brine beginning to flirt with my finer clockwork. "Ennie," I said, venting a small cautionary puff of steam, "if we do not board a vessel by nightfall, I suspect I shall begin to oxidize in places I didn't know I had. I am a Victorian gentleman, not a lighthouse. I was not built for prolonged exposure to maritime humidity." "I'll go talk to him again," she declared, grabbing her lucky wrench as if it were a scepter of authority. "I'll tell him we have a world-famous author on board who is prone to spontaneous combustion if he stays still for too long." "A slight exaggeration," I murmured, though the part about the combustion is becoming increasingly plausible. I watched her stomp off toward the tiny, sun-bleached shack that served as the harbor-master's office. She looked small against the backdrop of massive, rusted cranes and towering stacks of containers, but she moved with the indomitable spirit of a woman who believed that the universe owed her a ferry. 10 minutes later, she emerged, not with a ship, but with a look of intense, focused concentration. "He says there's a ship," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But it's a cargo vessel, not a ferry. It's carrying a load of industrial pipes and several hundred tons of salt. He says if we can encourage the crane operator, they might find a corner for the Fiat." "Encourage?" I asked, my spectacles clicking. "That is a very flexible word. Does it involve a heartfelt speech about the importance of international cooperation, or does it involve the transfer of those British pounds we've been hoarding for an emergency?" "A bit of both," she grinned, "but mostly the pounds. And he wants to see you, Sam. He doesn't believe you're real. He thinks I'm traveling with a very elaborate, very grumpy heater." I stood up, my joints letting out a series of cracks that echoed across the quiet pier. "Very well. If my presence as a mechanical curiosity can buy us a passage across this puddle, I shall perform. But I want it noted for the record that I find the idea of sharing a deck with several hundred tons of salt to be a personal insult to my metallurgy. I shall look like a rusted gate by the time we reach Turkmenbashi." We walked to the office. The harbor-master was a man whose skin looked like a piece of cured leather and whose eyes held the weary wisdom of a man who had seen everything and found most of it wanting. He stared at me for a long time. I adjusted my hat, leaned on my cane, and vented a slow, majestic plume of peppermint steam directly into the rafters. "Mashallah," he whispered, his eyes widening. He reached out and tapped my brass forearm with a hesitant finger. It speaks?" "I do more than speak, sir," I rumbled, my voice rasping with its usual dry wit. "I comment, I criticize, and I occasionally complain about the lack of maritime punctuality in this region. If you could see your way to providing us with a spot on your pipe carrier, I should be most grateful. I am currently experiencing a degree of thermal expansion that is making my waistcoat quite uncomfortable." The man laughed a dry, wheezing sound. He stamped a piece of paper with a flourish and handed it to Ennie. An hour later, the ship arrived. It was not a smudge on the horizon. It was a floating rust bucket that looked as though it were held together by the collective rust of the Soviet era and a few lengths of frayed hemp rope. It groaned as it pulled alongside the pier, emitting a cloud of black smoke that made my own steam look like a spring breeze. That, I noted, watching the Fiat being hoisted into the air by a crane that looked like it belonged in a museum of industrial failures, is our chariot. We are going to cross the Caspian on a bed of industrial piping inside a car held together by a paperclip propelled by a ship that appears to be actively sinking. Ennie, remind me again why we didn't take the train. Because the train is for people with destinations, Sam, she shouted over the roar of the crane. We're on a rally. This is the best part. As the Fiat was lowered onto the deck, wedged between a stack of iron pipes and a mountain of salt, I climbed the gangplank, my brass feet clanging on the rusted metal. I looked back at the pier, at the waiting trucks and the goats, and then out toward the vast, empty middle of the Caspian. The best part, I muttered, venting a final resigned puff of steam. If this is the best part, I dread to see what the mediocre parts look like. The ship let out a mournful, subterranean blast of its horn, and we began to pull away from the shore. We were heading for Turkmenistan, a land of marble and mystery, on a vessel of rust and salt. It was preposterous. It was dangerous. It was, quite possibly, the most dignity-stripping experience of my life. But as the sun finally vanished and the stars began to poke through the haze, I felt a strange, rhythmic thrum of excitement in my boiler. We were moving. We were finally crossing the threshold into the deep, mysterious heart of the East. And as long as the ship stayed afloat and the paperclip stayed bent, I suppose that was enough. Chapter 15. Ashgabat's Marble Halls. If a man were to fall asleep in a dusty, fly-blown alley in Istanbul and wake up suddenly in the center of Ashgabat, he would naturally assume he had died and been reincarnated as a bar of soap in a very expensive, very eccentric bathroom. There is no other logical explanation for the place. It is a city that appears to have been designed by a committee of architects who were told that the world was ending and the only remaining building material was white marble, and that if they didn't use all of it by Tuesday, they would be shot. We rolled into the capital of Turkmenistan as the sun was reflecting off enough white stone to permanently sear the retinas of a lesser robot. To me, it was merely a magnificent exercise in glare. The sheer quantity of marble was enough to make a tombstone salesman weep with envy. It was everywhere, on the walls, the curbs, the fountains, and likely, I suspect, on the very souls of the citizenry, provided any citizens actually lived there. Sam, look, it's pristine, Ennie whispered, her voice hushed, as if she were in a cathedral or a library where the librarian was known to carry a heavy ruler. I haven't seen a single piece of litter, not even a stray gum wrapper. That is because, Ennie, the litter has likely been arrested and deported for violating the aesthetic purity of the regime, I rumbled, my resonators clicking with a dry, skeptical cadence. I took a long, skeptical draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of peppermint steam that looked positively filthy against the backdrop of a gleaming white skyscraper. This is not a city. It is a three-dimensional propaganda poster. It is a mausoleum for the living. I have seen more signs of spontaneous life in a jar of pickled herring than I see on these boulevards. The silence was the most unsettling part. Ashgabat possessed broad, 8-lane highways that were as smooth as a billiard table and twice as empty. We rattled along in the Fiat, our 2-cylinder engine sounding like a flatulent squirrel in a marble hallway. Every pop and hiss of the toddler echoed off the pristine facades with a degree of mechanical insolence that I found quite refreshing, though I expected a battalion of soldiers to descend upon us at any moment for the crime of being audibly untidy. "We need petrol, Sam," Ennie said, her eyes darting toward the fuel gauge, which was currently leaning toward the empty mark, with the despondency of a man who has lost his last nickel in a gutter. "The Caspian crossing took more out of the tank than I thought, and we've been driving in circles looking for anything that doesn't look like a palace." A gas station in this city would likely be made of solid alabaster and dispense fuel through a gold-plated nozzle, I remarked. "Look there, atop that revolving monument. Is that the former president? The one who renamed the months of the year after his mother? He appears to be gold-plated and following the sun. It is a level of vanity that even I, in my most celebrated days on the lecture circuit, would have found a bit on the nose." We turned a corner and found ourselves in front of a fountain that was tossing water into the air with a profligacy that suggested the desert was merely a rumor. Still, there were no people, no shops, no kiosks, just endless blinding white towers and the occasional soldier standing as still as a statue and significantly less cheerful. "There!" Ennie shouted, pointing toward a structure that, for once, was not a skyscraper. It was a low building with a series of pumps. It wasn't marble, it was merely painted to look like it, but it possessed the unmistakable aroma of petroleum and neglected maintenance. As we pulled in, the Fiat gave a final, wheezing gasp and died. We had reached the oasis on the very last fumes of Persian gasoline. A man emerged from a small booth. He was dressed in a jumpsuit that had seen better decades and a hat that sat upon his head with a degree of structural uncertainty. He looked at the Fiat. He looked at the girl with the grease-stained bandana. Then he looked at the brass-plated gentleman in the top hat, who was currently venting a frustrated cloud of steam. "Benzine?" he asked, his voice a gravelly rasp. "Yes, please," Ennie chirped, hopping out and reaching for the pump. "Full tank. And do you have any oil? Our engine is currently drinking it like it's going out of fashion." The man moved with a lethargy that suggested time was a concept he had long since abandoned. He began to fill the tank, the liquid gurgling into the Malich's thirsty gullet. I extricated myself from the passenger seat, my joints letting out a series of clicks that sounded like a hail of pebbles on a tin roof. "Tell me, sir," I said, leaning on my cane and adjusting my spectacles, "does anyone actually inhabit those gleaming towers of yours, or are they merely there to keep the marble from blowing away in a stiff breeze? I have seen more activity in a graveyard during a particularly dull funeral." The man looked at me, his eyes widening. He stopped the pump. He walked a slow, cautious circle around me, his nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of my peppermint steam. "You speak Turkmen?" he asked tentatively. "I speak the universal language of the disgruntled traveler," I replied, "which in this case involves a high degree of sarcasm and a profound desire for a reliable map. We are heading for Uzbekistan, assuming the road decides to reappear at some point. The man leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. Ashgabat is for the show, he said, gesturing vaguely toward the marble skyline. The life is behind, in the shadows. You go to the desert, yes? The Darvaza, the door to hell. The door to hell? Ennie asked, her eyes lighting up with a terrifyingly familiar brand of enthusiasm. Is it on the way? It is in the middle of the sand, the man said, a grim smile touching his lips. A hole that burns forever, very hot, very bright, like your friend's cigar. A hole that burns forever, I mused, venting a thoughtful plume of steam. It sounds like a metaphor for the publishing industry. I suspect we shall fit right in. We paid for the fuel, which cost approximately the same as a single postage stamp in London, and prepared to depart. The Fiat, now gorged on cheap Turkmen lemonade, roared back to life with a vigor it hadn't shown since the Turkish border. Ennie? I said as we pulled away from the station, leaving the marble halls of Ashgabat behind and heading toward the dark, looming expanse of the Karakum Desert. I have a feeling that our time in the City of Love was merely a fever dream brought on by an excess of calcium carbonate. The real East is waiting for us out there, and I suspect it involves a great deal more fire and a great deal less marble. Isn't it exciting, Sam? A burning hole in the ground. We have to see it. I have spent my entire existence trying to stay out of the fire, my dear, I sighed, settling back into the cramped seat. But as we are currently traveling in a car held together by office supplies, I suppose a visit to the underworld is the next logical step in our itinerary. Drive on. If we are to meet our Maker in a desert pit, let us at least do it with a full tank of gas and a sense of style. We lurched out of the pristine silence and into the rising dust of the desert night. Behind us, the gold statues of Ashgabat turned slowly in the moonlight, guarding a city of ghosts. Ahead of us, the road began to crumble, and the true, unvarnished adventure began to howl in the wind. Chapter 16. The Kazilkum Corrugations. There is a specific variety of torture designed by the gods of geography for the express purpose of reminding the traveler that he is nothing more than a fragile collection of aspirations held together by a very tenuous grip on the earth's crust. In Uzbekistan, this torture is known as the washboard road, though I suspect the locals have a much more colorful term for it, one that likely involves a profound questioning of the road builder's ancestry and a fervent prayer for the invention of the hovercraft. We had crossed the border from the marble-clad hallucination of Turkmenistan into the Kazilkum Desert, a landscape of scorched earth and stubborn shrubs that seemed to have been designed by a committee of people who found the concept of scenery to be an unnecessary extravagance. But it was not the view that occupied my processors, it was the rhythmic, violent, and utterly relentless shuddering of the Fiat 126P. The road was not merely unpaved, it was corrugated. It possessed a series of tight parallel ridges that ran perpendicular to our path, spaced exactly far enough apart to ensure that no matter what speed Ennie chose, the toddler was subjected to a frequency of vibration that would have turned a block of solid granite into a fine gray powder within 20 miles. Isn't it exhilarating, Sam? Ennie shouted, her voice oscillating with a vibrato that would have made a professional opera singer weep with envy. Her hands were vibrating so rapidly on the steering wheel that they appeared as a fleshy blur. It's like a massage for the entire body. I took a long, labored draw on my copper cigar, but the vibration was so intense that the steam did not emerge in a dignified plume. Instead, it was shaken out of my resonators in a series of frantic staccato puffs, like a Morse code message being delivered by a very nervous ghost. "A massage, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal processors struggling to maintain a coherent pitch, "is a therapeutic endeavor performed by a skilled practitioner in a room that does not smell of scorched oil and impending structural failure. What we are currently experiencing is a prolonged attempt by the Central Asian landscape to disassemble me into my component cogs and springs. My top hat has migrated 3 times to my left shoulder, and I believe my primary chronometer has just lost its sense of Tuesday." The Fiat, a vehicle whose structural integrity I had questioned even on the smooth boulevards of London, was now a rolling catastrophe of loose hardware. The sound inside the cabin was no longer the sewing machine thrum of a 650 cubic centimeter engine. It was the sound of 1,000 iron skeletons participating in a tap-dancing competition on a corrugated tin roof. Clink, rattle, ping. "Ennie," I said, venting a jet of steam that smelled sharply of peppermint and mounting anxiety. "Did you happen to notice that silver object that just departed the vehicle and performed a triple somersault into a clump of sagebrush?" "What object, Sam?" she chirped, though her teeth clattered together with a sound like a hailstorm on a window pane. "A bolt, a substantial hexagonal bolt of the M8 variety, if my optical senses are to be trusted. It appeared to have grown weary of its association with the front left suspension and decided to seek a more sedentary life in the sand. And there, another one. This one was smaller, perhaps from the dashboard, or possibly a vital component of the steering column. It is difficult to say when the world is shaking with the fervor of a revivalist preacher. "She's just shedding, Sam. It's like a snake. The Malik is getting rid of everything she doesn't need for the finish line." "If that is the case," I remarked, bracing my brass arm against the door, which was currently rattling in its frame like an agitated prisoner, "I suspect we shall arrive in Mongolia as nothing more than a girl, a robot, and a pair of very tired tires. A car is not a reptile, Ennie. It is a mechanical agreement. When the parts of that agreement start flying off into the wilderness, the contract is generally considered null and void." The Kyzilkum heat began to settle over us, a thick, dusty blanket that smelled of ancient salt and parched earth. We were the only movement in a vast, shimmering void. Occasionally, we would pass a camel, which would stop its rhythmic chewing to stare at us with an expression of profound cud-based pity. Even the beasts of burden knew better than to subject their joints to the Kyzilkum corrugations. Suddenly, a particularly vicious ridge sent the Fiat into the air, only an inch or two, but enough for me to feel the terrifying moment of weightlessness before we slammed back down. Crunch! That, I noted, as a large piece of gray plastic trim vibrated off the passenger door and settled onto my brass lap, was the sound of the toddler expressing its final unvarnished opinion on the state of Uzbek infrastructure. "We are losing bits of our metallic skin, Ennie. If this continues, I shall have to hold the engine together with my bare hands, a prospect that I find both undignified and likely to result in a very warm posterior. We're almost to the next town, Sam. I can see a dust cloud on the horizon. We'll find a hardware store and buy all the bolts in Uzbekistan. I admire your faith in the local inventory, I sighed, venting a long whistling plume of steam. But I suspect the hardware stores of the Kaisilkum deal primarily in shovels and prayers. Nevertheless, drive on. If the car dissolves entirely, I shall simply walk the remaining 3,000 miles. I am already vibrating so much that I believe I could achieve a decent walking speed through sheer resonance alone. As the sun began to dip, turning the desert sand into a bruised purple, the Fiat continued its frantic rattling dance across the washboard road. Bits of the car continued to depart, a washer here, a screw there, leaving a trail of Polish hardware across the heart of Asia, like a mechanical Hansel and Gretel. I looked at Ennie, who was actually humming a tune despite the fact that her jaw was vibrating at a frequency that made her words indistinguishable. She was happy. She was optimistic. She was, quite possibly, the only person on earth who could look at a disintegrating car in a desert and see a darling on a journey. I settled back as much as the shaking would allow, adjusted my spectacles, and watched another bolt bounce off the hood. We were falling apart, mile by mile, ridge by ridge. But as the first stars of Uzbekistan began to poke through the twilight, I realized that as long as Ennie kept her foot on the pedal and I kept a full head of steam, we would likely vibrate our way to the end of the world before we actually stopped. "Ennie?" I shouted over the din. "Yes, Sam?" "If the steering wheel should decide to join the bolts in the desert, please give me at least 5 seconds of warning so I may compose a suitable epitaph for my boiler." She just laughed, a sound that was mostly a series of rhythmic chirps, and drove us deeper into the shaking, dusty heart of the Silk Road. Chapter 17. Samarkand Silks. If the city of Samarkand were a person, it would be an ancient, blue-blooded aristocrat who has fallen on somewhat dusty times, but refuses to stop wearing his finest silk robes, even while eating a humble bowl of mutton stew. It is a place where the sky seems to have become jealous of the earth and decided to fall down in pieces, manifesting as millions of turquoise tiles that adorn the domes and minarets with a brilliance that makes a man, or a mechanical entity of my particular sheen, feel like a dull penny in a jewelry box. We rattled into the Registan Square just as the morning sun was hitting the tiles of the Ulugh Beg Madrasa. It was a sight of such staggering, indigo-hued magnificence that for a moment even my internal resonators ceased their grumbling. The blue was not merely a color, it was a profound theological statement. It was the kind of blue that makes you want to forgive your enemies, write a poem, and then immediately check your wallet to make sure no one has stolen it while you were distracted by the scenery. "Sam, look! It's like the world is made of sapphires!" Ennie cried. She had stopped the Fiat, a maneuver that now required a series of complex cable tugging and a silent prayer, and was leaning out the window with her mouth open, catching a fair amount of Uzbek dust in the process. "It is indeed a conspicuous display of architectural vanity," I rumbled, venting a slow, majestic plume of peppermint steam that drifted toward a 15th-century archway. One wonders how many poets had to starve to provide the budget for all that glazing. Still, I must admit, it is a vast improvement over the whitewashed delusions of Ashgabat. This city has the good sense to show its age with dignity, rather than trying to bury it under a mountain of kitchen-grade marble. However, our appreciation for the sublime was quickly overshadowed by the ridiculous. The toddler, having survived the corrugated tortures of the Kazilkum, was currently resting on its front right rim. The tire had not merely gone flat, it had undergone a total existential collapse. It was shredded, mangled, and possessed the structural integrity of a damp noodle. "Ennie," I said, pointing a brass finger at the sagging corner of our vehicle, "while I applaud your dedication to the aesthetic wonders of the Silk Road, I feel compelled to point out that we are currently anchored to the pavement of the 14th century by a piece of rubber that has seen its last useful day. Unless you intend to navigate the remaining 3,000 miles on a series of very short, very loud sparks, we have a problem." Ennie hopped out, her boots clattering on the ancient stones. She looked at the tire with the same expression a mother might give a child who has just skinned his knee. "Oh, poor little thing, it's tired, Sam. It's done its best." "It is not tired, my dear. It is deceased. It has shuffled off its coil, literally, and as this is Samarkand and not a suburban London shopping center, I suspect the local inventory of 12-inch tires for a Polish-built economy car is, shall we say, remarkably thin." The search for a replacement was an odyssey through the labyrinthine bazaars that make up the heart of the city. We left the Fiat guarded by a group of local boys who promised, for the price of 3 British coins and a half-empty bag of boiled sweets, to ensure that no one moved the glowing brass man's car. We traversed alleys that smelled of cumin, raw silk, and the damp breath of centuries. I was a sensation, of course. A walking, steam-venting Victorian gentleman in a top hat is not a common feature of the Samarkand market, even in 2004. I was followed by a small parade of curious onlookers, to whom I offered the occasional tip of my hat and a puff of steam, which they seemed to take as a blessing of some mechanical deity. Benzine? Robot? American? A man with a quilted coat and a smile that contained more gold than a pirate's chest asked me, blocking our path. "A mechanical approximation of a Missourian," I replied, my voice rasping with dry wit. "Currently seeking a circle of rubber with a diameter of 12 inches. Do you happen to know where a man might find such a thing in a land dominated by camels and heavy agricultural machinery?" The man, whose name was Omid, laughed a hearty, belly-shaking laugh. 12-inch? For toy car? No, Mr. Sam. Here we have big tires for Belarus tractor, for Ural truck, for earth that wants to eat you." He led us to a corner of the bazaar that looked like a graveyard for Soviet industrial dreams. There were tires, certainly, but they were massive, towering walls of rubber that could have served as lifeboats for a mid-sized navy. "Look at that one, Sam." Ennie pointed to a tire that was roughly the size of a small cottage. "If we put that on the Fiat, we'd never have to worry about potholes again. We'd just roll over the mountains like they were speed bumps." "And the engine, Ennie? That 650 cubic centimeter sewing machine would lose the argument with that tire before we even left the parking lot. We are looking for a replacement, not an upgrade to a monster truck. We need something small, something nimble, something that won't require us to rebuild the entire chassis." After 3 hours of bartering, gesturing, and a great deal of tea, which Omid insisted I drink Despite my protests, I funneled it into my secondary boiler to keep the pressure up. We found it. It was not a car tire. It was a tire for a small walk-behind garden tractor, the kind used by Uzbek farmers to till the narrow rows of their vineyards. It was thick, knobby, and possessed a tread that looked like it had been designed by an angry mountain goat. It's a bit chunky, isn't it? Ennie asked, tilting her head. It is a gargoyle of a tire, I agreed. It is ugly, it is heavy, and it belongs on a farm. In other words, it is the perfect companion for our current situation. If the toddler is to become a creature of the steppes, it might as well have the feet for it. The installation was a public spectacle. A crowd gathered as Ennie, with the assistance of Omid and a very large crowbar, persuaded the tractor tire to occupy the space formerly reserved for a delicate European road tire. It didn't fit, of course, not initially. Ennie had to use her lucky wrench and a small hacksaw to relieve a portion of the Fiat's wheel well, a process that made a sound like a giant opening a tin of sardines. "There!" she shouted, wiping a smear of black grease from her cheek. "She looks like she's wearing a hiking boot on one foot." The result was a vehicle that sat at a jaunty, drunken angle, leaning heavily toward the left. It looked ridiculous. It looked like a motorized joke. But when Ennie started the engine and we rolled slowly across the Registan, the tractor tire gripped the ancient stones with a ferocity that suggested it was ready to climb a vertical wall. "You see, Sam, problem solved. We're basically an off-road vehicle now." "We are a mobile circus act, Ennie," I sighed, venting a long, resigned plume of steam as the blue domes of Samarkand faded in our rearview mirror. "We are heading for the highest mountains in the world in a car that is now part haberdashery and part farm implement. If we survive this, I expect the Polish government to issue a formal apology to the very concept of automotive design." She just grinned and patted the dashboard. "Next stop, the Pamirs. The tractor tire is ready, are you?" "My boiler is full, my gears are greased, and my sense of shame has been entirely eroded by the dust of 3 countries," I replied. "Drive on, Ennie. If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, we shall apparently attempt to run over it with a garden tractor." We rolled out into the desert sun, the Fiat's lopsided gait a rhythmic reminder that in the heart of Asia, beauty may be found in the tiles, but survival is found in the mud. Chapter 18. The Pamir Prelude. Gravity, I have concluded, is a persistent and humorless creditor. It does not care for your aspirations, your literary pedigree, or the fact that you are currently traversing the roof of the world in a vehicle that possesses the horsepower of a slightly agitated sewing machine. As we began our ascent into the foothills of the Pamir Mountains, the earth decided to tilt itself at an angle that I found personally offensive, and the Fiat 126P began to lodge a formal mechanical protest that could be heard in 3 different time zones. We were leaving the turquoise dreams of Samarkand behind and heading toward the Tajik border, where the horizon had stopped being a flat line and had instead become a jagged, white-toothed saw blade designed to chew through tires and hope in equal measure. "Look at the peaks, Sam! They're so high they're tickling the clouds," Ennie shouted. Her voice was thin, echoing against the canyon walls. She was leaning over the steering wheel, her face a mask of concentrated joy, as if she were driving a gold-plated chariot instead of a lopsided Polish hatchback. "If they are tickling the clouds, Ennie, I suspect the clouds are about to sneeze on us," I rumbled, my resonators buzzing with a metallic altitude-induced rasp. I took a long, skeptical pull of my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled did not billow with its usual Victorian confidence. Instead, it dissipated instantly in the thin, frigid air, leaving me feeling like a very confused tea kettle in a freezer. My internal barometers are currently informing me that we have reached an elevation where the air is no longer a life-sustaining fluid, but has instead become a rare and expensive delicacy that our engine is struggling to afford. The Fiat was not merely struggling, it was undergoing a spiritual crisis. The 650 cubic centimeter engine, which had provided a respectable, if frantic, hum on the plains, was now emitting a sound like a consumptive canary trying to whistle through a silk handkerchief. Every foot of elevation felt like a personal insult to its two tiny cylinders. Furthermore, there was the matter of the hiking boot. The garden tractor tire we had acquired in Samarkand was currently doing its best to pull the entire car toward the left-hand side of a very steep cliff. Because it was larger and knobbier than the other three tires, the Fiat had developed a permanent lurching gait, a sort of motorized limp that made me feel as though I were riding an intoxicated donkey. "She's wheezing, Sam! I can feel it in the pedal!" Ennie cried, downshifting with a crunch of gears that made my brass joints ache in sympathy. "She is not wheezing, my dear. She is gasping for her very life," I noted, venting a sharp, peppermint-scented puff of steam that looked like a tiny SOS signal. An internal combustion engine, much like a politician, requires a steady intake of oxygen to maintain its illusions of power. Up here, the oxygen is spread so thin that the toddler is essentially trying to run a marathon while breathing through a straw. If we go any higher, we shall be reduced to the horsepower of a single asthmatic pony. The road, if one could call a precarious shelf of crumbling shale a road, began to switch back on itself with the frequency of a guilty conscience. To our right was a wall of cold, unyielding granite. To our left was a drop of such spectacular proportions that I felt my primary processing core begin to calculate the exact duration of a free fall before impact. It was a long number. "We have to lose weight, Sam," Ennie declared, her eyes darting toward the back seat, which was piled high with spare parts, Turkish maps, and a crate of lukewarm peach juice. "Every pound counts when the air gets this thin." "I am relieved to hear you say so," I remarked, adjusting my top hat, which was currently vibrating against my head. "I suggest we begin by jettisoning the crate of peach juice, followed closely by that collection of ornamental rugs you insisted on buying in Tabriz. If we are still struggling, I suppose we could sacrifice the passenger seat, though I would prefer to remain attached to the vehicle for as long as possible." "Not the rugs!" she gasped. "They're for the finish line. They're our victory carpets." "A victory carpet is of little use if it is currently draped over the wreckage of a Polish car at the bottom of a Tajik ravine," I retorted. "At this moment, our priority is not decoration. It is survival. I am a creature of brass and copper, Ennie. I do not shed weight easily. If the car requires a sacrifice, I fear you will look at my plating with a predatory eye." We hit a particularly steep incline, a stretch of gravel that looked as though it were heading directly for the moon. Ennie slammed the car into first gear. The engine let out a scream of pure, unadulterated agony, a high-pitched, metallic shriek that echoed off the mountains like the cry of a wounded banshee. We moved forward at the pace of a very determined glacier. "Come on, baby, come on," Ennie urged, bouncing in her seat as if the extra momentum might persuade the pistons to move faster. The Fiat groaned. The tractor tire clawed at the loose shale, throwing a plume of dust into the thin air. For a moment, we teetered on the edge of a stall, a moment of terrifying, silent equilibrium where gravity and the engine were locked in a stalemate. I vented a massive, desperate cloud of steam, the pressure in my boiler reaching its red line. And then, with a final shuddering gasp, we cleared the rise. The road leveled out slightly, and the engine settled back into its rhythmic, death-rattle wheeze. "See?" Ennie shouted, wiping a bead of sweat from her nose that immediately froze in the mountain air. "She's got it! The Pamirs can't stop us!" "The Pamirs have only just begun their argument, Ennie," I sighed, my resonators clicking as they attempted to recalibrate for the cold. "We are at 10,000 feet. The passes ahead are at 15,000. At that altitude, I suspect the engine will not even bother to wheeze. It will simply expire quietly and leave us to complete the journey via a very long, very gravity-assisted walk." I looked out at the landscape. It was a desolate, magnificent wasteland of rock and ice, a place where the earth was still being forged and the sky felt close enough to touch. It was a place for giants, for gods, and for explorers with a firm grasp of their own mortality. It was certainly no place for a lopsided car with a paperclip linkage and a robot who preferred the humid air of the Mississippi. "Ennie," I said, my voice dropping to a low mechanical hum. "Yeah, Sam?" "If we do reach the roof of the world, I want it noted in the record that I intend to vent a plume of steam so large it will be visible from space. If I am to be a martyr to your optimism, I shall do it with a flourish." She laughed, a thin, piping sound in the vast silence of the peaks. "You got it, Sam. Just keep your boiler hot. I think I see a glacier ahead, and I'm pretty sure the heater in this car was never anything more than a rumor." "The heater," I muttered, pulling my brass coat tighter around my frame, "is currently sitting in the passenger seat and complaining about the draft. Drive on, Ennie. If the air gets any thinner, I shall have to start speaking in shorter sentences just to save on the vapor." We rattled on, a tiny wheezing dot of red and brass against the infinite gray of the Pamirs, moving ever upward toward a sky that didn't want us and a finish line that felt like a beautiful, impossible lie. Chapter 19. High-Altitude Hysterics. The term roof of the world is a grand, sweeping piece of nomenclature that suggests a certain architectural majesty, perhaps a vaulted ceiling of celestial blue supported by pillars of eternal ice. In reality, being atop the Pamir Mountains at 12,000 feet is more akin to being trapped in a drafty attic where the oxygen has been carefully removed by a predatory landlord and the only furniture is a collection of jagged rocks designed to puncture a gas tank. At this altitude, the air has become so thin and nutritionally void that you could likely strangle a ghost with it and never break a sweat. To a man, or a mechanical approximation of a man, whose very existence depends on a pressurized boiler and a steady intake of atmospheric lifeblood, it was a biological and mechanical insult. "Ennie," I rasped, my vocal resonators clicking with the dry, hollow sound of a woodwind instrument that has been left in a desert for a century. I took a long, desperate draw on my copper cigar, but the resulting puff of steam was so pathetic it wouldn't have startled a particularly timid gnat. "I feel it is my duty to inform you that we have reached the point where physics has officially resigned. The toddler is no longer an automobile. It is merely a very expensive, very lopsided paperweight. We are currently stationary on a 45-degree incline, and I believe the engine has just requested a priest." The Fiat 126P had given up the ghost about 50 yards shy of the summit of the Akbaital Pass. It hadn't stalled with a dramatic bang or a cloud of smoke. It had simply faded away, like the morale of an army that hasn't seen a paycheck in 6 months. The two-cylinder engine had let out one final wheezing thwip and fell silent, leaving us at the mercy of a gravity that was currently pulling us toward Tajikistan with the enthusiasm of a long-lost relative. "It's just the thin air, Sam," Ennie shouted. She was currently leaning against the dashboard, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps that matched the rhythm of the dying engine. "She's just out of breath. We just need to give her a little nudge over the crest, and then it's all downhill." "A nudge, Ennie, is what one gives a shy debutante at a ball," I remarked, venting a weak, peppermint-scented sigh. "What this vehicle requires is a team of oxen and a profound reassessment of our life choices. We are currently perched on a shelf of shale, and to our left is a drop that would give a mountain goat a case of vertigo. If we nudge this lopsided catastrophe in the wrong direction, we shall achieve a speed that the Polish engineers never dreamed possible, albeit briefly." Ennie, however, was already out of the car. Her boots hit the gravel with a determined crunch. She looked small against the backdrop of the towering, snow-dusted peaks, a tiny, grease-stained David facing off against the Goliath of the Pamirs. "Okay, Sam, you take the wheel. I'm going to push." I stared at her through the salt-crusted windshield. "You propose that I, a gentleman of letters and a 300-pound marvel of Victorian brass, should sit in the plush, if somewhat tattered, luxury of the passenger seat, while you, a young woman of slight build, perform the manual labor of a pack mule?" "You're the only one who can steer, Sam. Your gears are more precise," she shouted, already positioning her shoulder against the rear bumper, right next to the water bottle that was still heroically propping open the engine hood. "Besides, if I try to steer and push at the same time, we'll end up in that ravine, and I'm not ready for a funeral. Now get over here." With a series of groans and clicks that echoed off the granite walls, I shifted my brass frame into the driver's seat. It was a tight fit. My knees were wedged against the steering column, and my top hat was currently serving as a structural support for the roofliner. I gripped the wheel with my copper fingers. "Very well," I rumbled, "but I want it noted for the record that this is a gross violation of the laws of chivalry, and if we survive I shall expect a very thorough polishing of my elbow joints. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I felt the car shudder. The lopsided garden tractor tire on the left gave a stubborn, knobby grunt as it bit into the loose shale. Ennie let out a sound that was half shout, half sob, and the Fiat moved, perhaps an inch. "Again!" she wailed. I steered with a focus I usually reserved for avoiding critics. I could feel every vibration of the mountain through the wheel. I was a robot, yes, but at 12,000 feet, I felt a strange, sympathetic strain in my primary boiler. I began to vent steam in rhythmic pulses, trying to synchronize my internal pressure with Ennie's heaving gasps. "Push, Ennie! The Earth is trying to claim us, but I refuse to be buried in a car that has a paperclip for a throttle." It was a slow, agonizing ballet of grit and desperation. Inch by inch, the toddler crept toward the summit. The tractor tire humped over rocks. The other 3 tires skidded and complained. Ennie was a blur of motion in my rearview mirror, her face purple with effort, her boots slipping on the scree. Suddenly, the resistance vanished. The car didn't just move, it surged. "Sam, brake, brake!" We had cleared the crest. The road, which had been a wall of rock for the last 4 hours, suddenly tilted forward. I slammed my brass foot onto the brake pedal. It went to the floor with the sickening lack of resistance that I had come to expect from Polish hydraulics. "The brakes, Ennie!" I shouted, venting a massive, terrified cloud of steam. "They have decided to join the engine in retirement. We are currently a 4-wheeled bobsled with a preference for the left-hand cliff." Ennie scrambled into the passenger seat just as we began to pick up momentum. She didn't scream. She grabbed the handbrake and pulled it with a strength born of pure, unadulterated terror. The rear wheels locked, sending us into a graceful, lopsided skid that ended with the front bumper resting gently against a large, stationary rock. Silence returned to the Pamirs. I sat there for a moment, my brass hand still gripping the wheel, a thick cloud of peppermint steam filling the cabin. I looked over at Ennie. She was slumped against the door, her chest heaving, her face covered in a mixture of sweat and Tajik dust. She looked like she had just wrestled a bear and won by a narrow margin. "Ennie," I said, my voice a soft, mechanical rasp. "Yeah, Sam?" I believe I promised to vent a plume of steam visible from space upon reaching the summit. "You did," she whispered, a small, tired smile touching her lips. I took a deep, final draw on my copper cigar. I opened my primary safety valves and let out everything I had. A towering, magnificent pillar of white vapor erupted from my frame, shooting out the window and rising into the thin blue air of the high Pamirs. It was a defiant, ridiculous signal to the universe. "There," I said, my resonators clicking with satisfaction. "The great Mark Twain has officially conquered the Akbayal. Now, if you would be so kind as to find a way to fix the brakes using only a discarded sardine tin and your unwavering optimism, I believe we have a downhill stretch that is going to be rather interesting." Ennie laughed, a weak, shaky sound that soon grew into a full-throated giggle. "You got it, Sam. But first, do we have any of that peach juice left? I think I've earned a drink." "I believe there is 1 tin remaining," I noted, adjusting my spectacles. "Though given the altitude, it is likely more of a peach-flavored slush. Drink up, my dear. We have survived the climb. Now we merely have to survive the descent, which, in a car with no brakes and a tractor tire, should be a walk in the park, or a plummet in the dark. One of the two." Chapter 20. The No Man's Land. If there is a more desolate patch of real estate on this spinning marble than the no man's land between high-altitude border posts, I hope never to be introduced to it. We were currently situated in a geographical purgatory, a narrow, wind-whipped corridor of gravel and thin air that belonged to no nation, served no purpose, and appeared to have been designed solely as a storage locker for the world's excess supply of silence. Behind us lay the bureaucratic labyrinth of Tajikistan, a memory of stern men and rubber stamps. Ahead of us, somewhere beyond the next jagged ridge of granite, lay Kyrgyzstan. Between the two sat a lopsided Polish hatchback that had finally decided that its relationship with internal combustion was over. "Ennie," I said, my voice rattling with the hollow metallic cadence of a man or a machine who has spent too long at 12,000 feet. I took a long, mournful draw on my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled was thin and watery, mirroring my own internal state of depletion. I believe the toddler has finally transitioned from a vehicle into a monument. We have no fuel, no momentum, and if my senses are correct, no neighbors within a 50-mile radius who aren't currently covered in wool and chewing on a piece of mountain shrubbery. The Fiat sat at its usual drunken tilt, the knobby garden tractor tire on the left side, looking like a stubborn, rubbery anchor. We had reached that peculiar state of travel known as the static phase, where the scenery stops moving and the passenger begins to contemplate the exact nutritional value of his own upholstery. "It's not so bad, Sam. Look at the view," Ennie chirped. She was sitting on the bumper, her grease-stained face illuminated by a sunset that was currently turning the peaks into a jagged wall of fire. She looked entirely too cheerful for a woman whose primary hope for survival was currently a four-wheeled lawn ornament. "We're in the most exclusive hotel in the world. Private balcony, zero noise complaints, and a 1,000,000-star rating." "I would trade 900,000 of those stars for a single gallon of low-grade petrol and a ham sandwich," I retorted, venting a sharp, peppermint-scented plume of steam. "Our current inventory of sustenance consists of 1 tin of cold beans and your unwavering and frankly suspicious belief that everything is going to be splendid. I have been a robot for some time now, Ennie, but even I know that a man cannot live on optimism alone, particularly when it is served in a wind chill that would freeze the whiskers off a brass monkey." Ennie produced the tin of beans from the depths of her overalls with the flourish of a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. "I've been saving these for a special occasion, Sam, and being stuck in a high-altitude void between two international boundaries seems pretty special to me." She set to work with her lucky wrench, using the edge of it to worry the tin open with a series of rhythmic, screeching groans. The sound echoed off the canyon walls like the cry of a scavenger bird with a very small throat. When she finally pried the lid back, the smell of lukewarm tomato sauce and legumes wafted into the cabin, a scent that I found to be a profound insult to the very concept of gastronomy. "Dinner is served," she announced, offering the tin to me first. "I am a mechanical entity, Ennie," I reminded her, my resonators clicking. "My digestive system is a high-pressure boiler, not a biological furnace. I require kerosene and water, not the musical fruit of the Western world. To feed me a bean would be like trying to power a locomotive with a handful of confetti. It is a gesture that is both touching and fundamentally idiotic." She shrugged and took a spoonful, her eyes closing in what I can only assume was a very convincing performance of enjoyment. Hints of iron, a soupçon of tin. It's a vintage year for beans, Sam." I watched her eat, a lone girl in a greasy jumpsuit dining in the shadow of the Himalayas. It is a curious thing about the human spirit, or at least the variety possessed by Ennie, that it can find a banquet in a tin can and a palace in a lopsided car. I adjusted my spectacles and looked out at the road ahead. "Tell me, Ennie," I said, my voice dropping to a low mechanical hum, "does it not bother you that we are technically nowhere? We have left one country and have not yet been invited into the next. We are currently citizens of the gravel. We have no standing, no protection, and no fuel. It is a situation that would drive a sensible person to a state of profound melancholy." "Borders are just lines in the dirt, Sam," she said between bites. "People get so worked up about them, but the mountain doesn't care. The beans don't care. Why should we? We're just two souls passing through. Besides, being nowhere is the only place where you're truly free, isn't it? No one can tell you what to do when you're in the no-man's land." "The freedom to starve in a drafty attic is not a freedom I particularly cherish," I mused, venting a slow, contemplative puff of steam. "In my day, a border was a place where you checked your bags and complained about the quality of the cigars. Here, it is a test of one's ability to exist in a vacuum. I suspect that by morning, the toddler will have acquired a layer of frost that will make it indistinguishable from a large red boulder." We sat in silence for a while, the cold beginning to seep through the Fiat's thin metal skin. The toddler groaned as the temperature dropped, its various mismatched parts contracting in the night air. The paperclip linkage, our silver thread of destiny, was visible through a gap in the dashboard, looking thin and fragile against the vastness of the dark. "What's the plan for tomorrow, Ennie? Do you intend to harness a passing mountain goat, or do you hope to persuade the laws of gravity to carry us to the next outpost?" "Gravity, Sam. That's the ticket," she said, her eyes bright with a sudden renewed fire. "We're at the top of the world. Everything from here is downhill. We just need to get her rolling, and then we'll coast all the way to Kyrgyzstan. We don't need gas if we have momentum." I looked at the steep, winding path that lay ahead, a series of hair-raising switchbacks that disappeared into the gloom. A descent with no engine braking and a lopsided garden tractor tire. It is a plan that possesses all the safety and foresight of a man trying to catch a lightning bolt in a butterfly net. I suppose I should begin recalibrating my gyroscopes for a high-speed plummet. "That's the spirit, Sam," she laughed, scraping the last of the beans from the tin. "We'll be the fastest thing in the no-man's land. Now try to get some sleep, or whatever it is you do when you turn your lights off. We've got a mountain to fall down tomorrow." I settled back as far as the cramped seat would allow, my brass joints clicking into their low-power positions. I watched the moon rise over the jagged peaks, a cold, indifferent eye watching our tiny, ridiculous struggle. We were out of fuel, out of food, and out of countries. We were nowhere, in a car that shouldn't work, with a girl who didn't know how to quit. And as I vented a final weary plume of peppermint steam, I found myself thinking that if one is to be stuck in a void at the end of the world, there are worse things to have than a tin of beans and a companion who thinks that gravity is a perfectly acceptable substitute for a fuel pump. The night was long, the cold was deep, and the road ahead was a vertical drop into the unknown. But for the first time in a week, I didn't mind the silence. It was, as Ennie said, quite exclusive. Chapter 21. Descent into Kazakhstan. I have often observed that the most dangerous thing in the world is a young woman with a theory and a lack of functional brakes. Gravity, while a dependable servant when one wishes to drop a brick or settle a glass of bourbon, becomes a shrieking, white-knuckled mistress when you invite it to steer a 700-pound Polish hatchback down the side of a Central Asian mountain range. We were currently coasting. This is a term used by optimists to describe the act of falling toward the center of the earth while sitting in a tin box. Having survived the high-altitude purgatory of the no-man's land, we had finally crossed the invisible line where the road stops pretending to be a ledge and begins a desperate vertical plunge toward the vast, sun-baked belly of Kazakhstan. "See, Sam? Momentum! It's the original green energy," Ennie shouted. Her hair was a wild chestnut tangle, whipping about in the gale produced by our own velocity. She was leaning into the curves with the grace of a yacht captain, despite the fact that our vessel was currently lopsided, vibrating like a mandolin in a cyclone, and possessed the aerodynamic properties of a discarded boot. Momentum, my dear Ennie, is merely the preface to an obituary if one lacks the means to revoke it, I rumbled. My vocal resonators were clicking at a frantic pace, struggling to keep up with the rhythmic thump-wobble-thump of the garden tractor tire on our front left corner. I have spent my existence admiring the steady, measured pace of a Mississippi current. This is not a current. This is a plummet. At our current rate of acceleration, I expect we shall reach the Kazakh steppes approximately 10 minutes before our luggage does, and in several more pieces. "Just a little tap on the brakes to keep us steady," Ennie murmured, her boot reaching for the pedal. I watched with the detached, cold-blooded curiosity of a man who has already seen the end of the movie as her foot met the floorboards with a soft, sickening thud. There was no resistance. There was no screech of protest. There was only the hollow, mocking silence of a hydraulic system that had decided to seek a less stressful career in the sand. And he pumped the pedal. Thud, thud, thump. "Sam," she said, her voice dropping an octave and losing its habitual chirp. "The pedal's gone soft, really soft, like marshmallow soft." "Soft is the word for a summer breeze or a well-aged camembert," I noted, venting a sharp, peppermint-scented jet of steam that was immediately torn away by the wind. When applied to the primary safety mechanism of a vehicle descending a 12% grade, the word is treason. We are now officially a bobsled, Ennie, and I do not see a finish line that involves a soft snowbank and a medal. The road ahead was a series of terrifying, sun-drenched switchbacks that clung to the cliffs like a vine made of crumbling asphalt. To our left was a wall of unforgiving rock. To our right, a drop so profound that the eagles below us were beginning to look like specks of dust. "The handbrake!" Ennie cried, yanking the lever. The rear wheels gave a half-hearted chirp of protest, but the toddler was too heavy, too fast, and too lopsided. We were gaining speed. The tractor tire began to hum a low, ominous vibrato that felt as though it were trying to unscrew my brass arm from its socket. "Give me the controls," I commanded, my gears clicking with a sudden aristocratic finality. "Move aside, or as much as this sardine can allow. I am a machine, Ennie. I do not feel fear, though I am currently experiencing a very high degree of annoyance." I reached over, my copper fingers gripping the steering wheel with the strength of a Victorian vice. With my other hand, I seized the gear stick. the masterpiece of Tabriz engineering that Abbas had promised would see the Gobi. "What are you doing, Sam?" "I am going to engage in a bit of mechanical blasphemy," I growled. "I am going to use the gearbox as an anchor. If the engine must scream to save our hides, then I shall give it something to scream about." I slammed the car from fourth gear into third. The transmission let out a shriek that sounded like a bag of angry cats being fed into a thresher. The Fiat bucked, the lopsided tire skipped, and for a moment the world blurred into a terrifying kaleidoscope of gray rock and blue sky. "She's resisting!" Ennie shouted, her hands white-knuckled on the dashboard. "She is losing the argument with physics," I retorted. I didn't stop at third. As the next hairpin turn loomed, a sharp, jagged elbow of road that seemed to lead directly into the afterlife, I jammed the stick into second. The sound that emerged from the rear of the car was no longer mechanical. It was a choir of banshees in the throes of a very public divorce. The 650 cubic centimeter engine was being forced to spin at a velocity that defied every law of Polish manufacturing. I could feel the heat radiating through the firewall, a blistering metallic fever that threatened to melt my own internal solder. "The gears, Sam! They're going to blow!" "Then we shall go out with a full head of steam and a very impressive explosion," I shouted back. The Fiat slowed, not much, but enough. We drifted into the turn, the tractor tire clawing at the gravel, the rear end swinging out like a pendulum. I steered into the skid, my brass eyes fixed on the narrow ribbon of road. We cleared the corner with inches to spare, the scent of scorched oil and burnt brass filling the cabin like a funeral shroud. For the next 20 miles, I played the gearbox like a pipe organ of the damned. Second gear, third. Back to second. I could feel the Tabriz spacers holding firm, the Iranian steel proving its worth against the unrelenting pull of the mountains. Every time the engine screamed, I vented a sympathetic plume of steam, my boiler working at its maximum pressure to keep my joints from seizing under the strain. Slowly, the jagged peaks of the Pamirs began to recede, replaced by the rolling golden hills of the foothills. The road widened, the incline softened, and the terrifying tug of gravity began to lose its grip. Finally, as we rolled onto a stretch of flat, sun-baked pavement that seemed to lead into the very heart of the Kazakh steppe, the Fiat slowed to a dignified crawl. I shifted into neutral, and the engine, having survived its ordeal, settled into a frantic, ticking idle that sounded like a very tired heart. We rolled to a stop by a cluster of dusty shrubs. The silence that followed was so heavy it felt as though the air itself had turned to lead. I sat there for a long moment, my copper fingers slowly relaxing their grip on the wheel. My brass skin was hot to the touch, and a thin, rhythmic wisp of peppermint steam escaped my cigar. Ennie didn't move. She just sat there, staring out the windshield at the vast, shimmering horizon of Kazakhstan. Then, very slowly, she turned to look at me. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, but a small, shaky smile was beginning to return to her lips. "That," she whispered, "was the most terrifying thing I have ever done, and I once tried to fix a live transformer with a butter knife." "I found it mildly invigorating," I lied, my resonators clicking with a dry, ironic rattle. "Though I suspect I have permanently traumatized the third-gear synchro. We have reached Kazakhstan, Ennie. We have descended from the heavens and arrived on the plains, and we have done so without the assistance of a single drop of brake fluid." Ennie let out a long, shaky breath and leaned over, patting the smoking dashboard. "You did it, Sam. You and Abbas. You saved the toddler." "I merely reminded her of her duty," I remarked, adjusting my top hat. "Now, if you would be so kind as to find a way to repair the brakes before we reach the next mountain range, I should be most grateful. My gears have had quite enough of being an anchor for one day." I looked out at the steppe. It was flat, endless, and shimmering with heat, a golden ocean of nothingness that stretched for 1,000 miles. We were in Kazakhstan. The mountains were behind us, the desert was ahead, and our car was currently held together by burnt oil and my own stubborn indignation. "Sam?" Ennie asked, her optimism already beginning to bubble back to the surface. "Yes, my dear." "Do you think they have brake fluid in Kazakhstan?" I took a long, slow draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of steam into the vast, empty sky. "In a country this large, Ennie, they must have everything. They likely have oceans of it, though we shall probably have to find it in a village that hasn't been on a map since 1954. Drive on. The nothingness is waiting, and I suspect it is going to be very, very long." Chapter 22. The Endless Steppe. If a man, or a mechanical gentleman of my refined manufacture, ever finds himself harboring a secret desire to know what it is like to be a single insignificant grain of pepper in a vast unending bowl of golden porridge, I can heartily recommend the Kazakh steppe. It is a landscape that has clearly been designed by a creator who had a great deal of space to fill and a very limited supply of ideas. It is flat. It is so relentlessly, aggressively flat that the horizon is not merely a distance, but a constant mocking threat that you are getting absolutely nowhere. We had been driving for 3 days. I use the term loosely as it suggests a change in scenery, a progression of landmarks, or at least a shift in the quality of the dust. In reality, we were merely stationary in a vibrating box, while the Earth's crust performed a slow, golden treadmill routine beneath our tires. "Isn't it peaceful, Sam?" Ennie asked. She was currently draped over the steering wheel, her eyes half-lidded, steering with one thumb as we droned along at our steady 30-mile-per-hour crawl. She was so covered in a layer of fine, silt-like dust that she had become a monochromatic extension of the seat upholstery. "Peaceful, my dear Ennie, is a word used by the clergy to describe a well-behaved funeral," I rumbled, my voice rasping with the grit that had infiltrated my vocal resonators. I took a long, mournful draw on my copper cigar. I didn't even bother to exhale. The steam simply seeped out of my joints, mingling with the cloud of Kazakh earth that occupied the cabin. What we're experiencing is a 3-day sentence in a sensory deprivation tank that happens to have a faulty muffler. I have counted every rivet in the dashboard. I have categorized my internal cogs by their level of resentment. I have even, in a moment of true desperation, attempted to compose a sonnet about that bush we passed 4 hours ago, though I suspect it was the same bush we passed yesterday, merely repositioned by the wind to taunt me. The toddler was no longer a red car. It was a moving phenomenon of brown particulate matter. We were the center of a rolling dust cloud so dense and persistent that I suspect we could have been classified as a localized weather system. The dust was not merely an external nuisance, it had become an intimate companion. It was in my spectacles, in Ennie's tea, and I was reasonably certain that a small, hardy family of mites had begun a homestead in the hinges of my left knee. "It's the great nothing," Ennie chirped, her optimism having survived the ascent of the Pamirs, only to be tested by the infinite boredom of the plains. "It makes you feel so big, like we're the only two people in the whole universe." "I have no desire to be big in a universe that consists entirely of dead grass and sun-bleached gravel," I noted, venting a puff of peppermint-scented vapor that briefly cleared a hole in the brown haze. "I prefer to be a medium-sized gentleman in a room with a window that overlooks something other than more of itself. This landscape is a ledger with no entries, a book with no ink, a conversation with a man who can only say the word yellow. It is a masterpiece of monotony." The garden tractor tire on our front left corner had developed a rhythmic, subterranean hum, a thrum, thrum, thrum that resonated through my brass frame until I felt like a tuning fork in a hurricane. Because we still had no functional brakes, the hydraulic lines having been sacrificed to the mountain gods, our primary method of stopping involved Ennie turning the car into the wind and waiting for the sheer lack of momentum to do the rest. On the second day, the silence was broken by the sound of a bolt vibrating out of the seat frame and clattering onto the floorboards. I didn't even look down. "Was that the seat, Sam?" "It was either the seat or a piece of my own sanity," I replied. "At this stage, they are interchangeable. Let it lie, Ennie. In this void, even a falling bolt is a form of entertainment. If we lose enough of them, perhaps the car will simply dissolve, and I can be left here to be slowly buried by the silt, a brass Ozymandias, for the amusement of passing marmots." The third day was the hardest. The sun hung in the sky like a brass coin that refused to be spent, glaring down at our dusty progress with unblinking indifference. There were no more hills to conquer, no more gears to grind, no more terrors to face. There was only the thrum of the tire and the endless shimmering line where the golden earth met the pale, empty blue. "I think I see something," Ennie shouted, sitting bolt upright and pointing toward a smudge on the horizon. "If it is another bush, I intend to vent enough steam to obscure it from the face of the earth," I warned. "No, it's a crossroads, and there's a sign." As we approached, the toddler wheezing and rattling like a bag of old spoons, the smudge resolved into a crooked wooden post. There was a sign pointing east, toward the Mongolian border, and another pointing north. "The northern route," Ennie read, squinting through the dust-caked windshield. "It says it's a shortcut to the Russian border. It says it's paved." "It says," I repeated, my resonators clicking with a deep, historical skepticism, "Ennie, in my life, I have learned that when a sign in the middle of a desert promises you a shortcut and pavement, it is usually being written by a man who owns a tow truck and a very large shovel. A shortcut is often the longest distance between 2 points, usually involving a swamp, a broken axle, and a profound regret that one did not stick to the boring, reliable road. But look at the dust, Sam. We can't take another 3 days of this. The air filter is basically a brick of mud. If we head north, we'll be in the trees. We'll be in Russia. There might even be a paved road with a gas station." I looked at the endless gold of the steppe, then at the beckoning path to the north. I am a machine of logic, but 3 days of staring at the same square inch of dust can erode even the sturdiest of algorithms. Russia, I mused, venting a long, weary plume of steam. The land of Tchaikovsky, Tolstoy, and more importantly, the land where they presumably understand the concept of a drainage ditch. If it gets us out of this golden purgatory, I suppose I am willing to risk the shortcut. But mark my words, Ennie, if we find ourselves sinking into a Siberian bog, I shall not be the one to get out and push. My brass is not rated for peat. Yea, Russia, here we come, Ennie cheered, yanking the wheel to the north. The Fiat lurched onto the new track, the tractor tire digging into the softer earth. We left the great nothing behind, heading toward the promise of trees and pavement. I adjusted my spectacles, wiped a layer of silt from my copper cigar, and prepared for a change of scenery. I should have known better. Providence, as I have often remarked, has a very particular sense of humor when it comes to travelers who think they've found an easier way. As the first thin, spindly trees began to appear on the horizon, I felt a familiar, rhythmic clicking in my core, a warning that the monotony of the step was about to be replaced by a whole new variety of disaster. But for now, the air was a little cooler, the dust was a little thinner, and we were moving in a different direction. In the Mongol rally of 2004, that was as close to a victory as one could expect. "To Russia!" Ennie shouted. "To the swamp!" I muttered, venting a final prophetic puff of steam. "Drive on, my dear. I believe I see a patch of mud ahead that looks particularly ambitious." Chapter 23. The Russian Shortcut. The word shortcut is a linguistic siren song, a phonetic trap designed by the devil to lure the weary into a state of geographical catastrophe. In my experience, which granted was mostly gained on a river that stayed where it was put, any path described as a shortcut will inevitably involve twice the mileage, 4 times the profanity, and a high probability of being eaten by something that hasn't seen a Christian since the Crusades. We had turned north toward the Russian border, lured by the promise of Siberian pavement and the cooling shade of the taiga. For the first 50 miles, it felt as though we had made a brilliant strategic move. The golden monotony of the Kazakh steppe gave way to spindly birch trees and air that didn't feel like it had been filtered through a blacksmith's bellows. "See, Sam? Trees! Actual vertical life!" Ennie shouted, her face glowing with the triumph of the vindicated. "And look at the ground. It's dark. It's rich. It's getting a bit damp, isn't it?" I took a long, skeptical draw on my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled was thick and white, contrasting beautifully with the darkening green of the forest. Damp, Ennie, is a word one uses for a fresh laundered shirt or a morning dew. What I am observing through the floorboards, which I might add are currently weeping, is a geological transition from solid earth to a state of primordial ooze. We are no longer driving on a road. We are navigating a bowl of chocolate pudding that has been left out in a thunderstorm. The northern shortcut had, with the suddenness of a creditor's arrival, transformed from a dirt track into a Siberian marsh. The Russians, I am told, have a specific word for this season of mud: rasputitsa. It is a word that sounds like a man trying to clear a mouthful of gravel, and it describes a condition where the earth loses its backbone and decides to become a liquid. The Fiat 126P, ever the optimist, tried its best. The garden tractor tire on our left-hand side was currently our only saving grace. It clawed at the muck with a rhythmic slorp-thump-slorp that sent a constant spray of dark, peaty mud over the windshield, the roof, and through a structural gap I hadn't noticed before, directly onto my left knee joint. "Ennie," I said, venting a sharp, indignant jet of steam, "I have a quart of Mother Russia's finest silt currently residing in my secondary lubrication port. If we do not find the pavement promised by that signpost, I suspect I shall soon become a permanent brass-plated fixture of this bog, a sort of mechanical peat man for future scientists to ponder." "It's just a soft patch, Sam. The pavement is probably just under the surface." She slammed the car into first gear. The engine, which had survived the thin air of the Pamirs, let out a high-pitched, frantic scream as the tires spun. We didn't move forward, we moved downward. The toddler settled into the mire with a squelch of finality that made my resonators hum with dread. "Well," I remarked, watching a large, inquisitive mosquito land on my brass nose bridge, "the search for the pavement is over. We have found it, and it is apparently located 3 feet below the water table. I believe this is the part of the shortcut where we begin to contemplate the taste of birch bark and the theological implications of being stuck in a swamp." Ennie hopped out of the car. Her boots didn't hit the ground. They vanished into it. She stood mid-calf in the sludge, her hands on her hips, looking around with a defiance that I found both admirable and entirely misplaced. "We're not stuck," she declared, her teeth flashing white in her mud-spattered face. "We're just anchored. We need to build a corduroy road, Sam. It's what the pioneers did." The pioneers, Ennie, had ox teams, a sense of direction, and did not have a lopsided Polish hatchback with a tractor tire, I noted, extricating my own heavy frame from the car. I stood on a relatively sturdy-looking root, my brass feet clicking as I found my balance. To build a road out of logs in this terrain would take us until the next revolution. I suggest we instead use our remaining energy to signal for help, though I suspect the only thing listening in these woods is a bear, with a very limited understanding of international salvage laws. For the next 4 hours, we engaged in a labor that would have shamed a chain gang. Ennie gathered fallen birch limbs, and I, using my superior mechanical leverage, shoved them under the Fiat's tires. It was a rhythmic, soul-crushing cycle: shove, rev, splash, sink. Every time the engine roared, it merely painted us in a fresh layer of Siberian grime. I looked at myself in the reflection of a muddy puddle. My brass was no longer gleaming. I looked like a rusted stovepipe that had been dragged through a sewer. My top hat was tilted at a melancholy angle, and my cigar was currently venting a thin, discouraged wisp of steam. "Ennie," I said, leaning against a tree that felt as though it might tip over at any moment, "I have reached a conclusion. The northern shortcut was not a shortcut at all. It was a test of character, and I am afraid my character has just failed. I wish to go back to the desert. I miss the dust. Dust is honest. Dust stays on the surface. Mud is a liar. It invites you in and then refuses to let you leave." Ennie sat down on a log, or what I hoped was a log, and wiped her forehead with a hand that was more mud than skin. She looked exhausted, her usual spark dimmed by the relentless damp of the taiga. For a moment, silence descended on the swamp, broken only by the distant mocking cry of a forest bird. "I really thought the pavement was here, Sam," she whispered. "The map in the gas station back in Kazakhstan. It looked so sure of itself. Maps are merely the dreams of men who wish the world were flatter and more convenient than it actually is, I said, my voice softening to a low mechanical rumble. I stepped off my route and waded through the muck, a maneuver that caused my joints to scream in protest until I reached her. I placed a brass hand on her shoulder. Do not despair, my dear. You have navigated us across 2 continents in a car held together by office supplies and pure, unadulterated gall. If we are to be defeated by a Russian swamp, it is no shame. Even Napoleon found the Russian ground to be a bit more than he could chew. She looked up at me, and a small, shaky smile returned to her lips. Napoleon didn't have a Sam or a tractor tire. True, I agreed, venting a small peppermint puff of steam. He also didn't have a boiler that was currently registering a dangerous level of resentment. Now stand up. I believe I hear a sound, a deep subterranean thrumming that does not belong to the natural world. We both froze. From the north, through the dense thicket of birch and pine, came a noise that made our Fiat's engine sound like a cricket's chirp. It was a heavy rhythmic roar, the sound of massive pistons and unyielding iron. 10 minutes later, the Pavement arrived. It wasn't a road, it was a vehicle, a Soviet-era Ural 432, a 6x6 beast of a truck with wheels as tall as I was, came crashing through the underbrush as if the swamp were merely a suggestion. It pulled to a halt 10 feet from our sunken Malush, emitting a cloud of diesel smoke that smelled like progress. A man climbed out of the cab. He was wearing a padded jacket and a hat made of a fur that I suspected had been harvested from a very angry wolf. He looked at the tiny red car buried to its axles. He looked at the girl. He looked at the brass robot. He didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. He simply reached into the back of his truck, pulled out a steel cable the thickness of my arm, and pointed at the Fiat's front bumper. "Mongol?" he asked, his voice a deep Siberian bass. "Mongol," I replied, giving him a crisp brass salute. As the truck effortlessly hauled the toddler out of the mire, I looked at Ennie. She was already beaming, her optimism returning with the force of a spring flood. "See, Sam, a shortcut? We found a friend." "We found a miracle, Ennie," I corrected her, climbing back into the muddy cabin. "And I suspect we have also found our way back to the main road. Drive on. But if you see another sign promising a shortcut, I want you to remember this moment. I am not built for the peat life." We rattled along behind the great truck, 2 muddy travelers heading back toward the sun. The swamp was behind us, the Russian border was ahead, and the toddler was now more brown than red. But as I vented a proud, defiant plume of steam into the Siberian air, I realized that as long as there were Russians with big trucks and girls with small cars, the world was still a place where a shortcut might just work out, eventually. Chapter 24. The Gates of Mongolia. The transition from Russia to Mongolia is not so much a crossing of a border as it is a formal resignation from the concept of the 19th century, and every century that followed it. We arrived at the frontier after our Siberian mud bath, expecting, perhaps, a final stretch of broken asphalt, or at least a cobblestone to bid us farewell. Instead, we found a gate, a few men in fuzzy hats who seemed profoundly amused by my brass waistcoat, and then, with the suddenness of a punchline, the world simply ran out of ideas regarding pavement. I have seen many things in my tenure as a mechanical traveler. But I have never seen a nation decide that the very idea of a road was an unnecessary complication. The pavement did not crumble. It did not taper off. It did not even apologize. It simply ceased to exist, as if the crew responsible for it had reached the Mongolian line, looked out at the infinite green sea of the steppe, and decided to go home and take up a more productive hobby, like throat singing or wrestling. "Sam, look, it's all grass," Ennie shouted, her face pressed against the glass. She looked like a child who had just discovered that the floor was made of cake. "There are no lines, no speed limits, no traffic lights. It's just open." I took a long, skeptical draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of peppermint steam that looked startlingly white against the impossible blue of the Mongolian sky. Open, Ennie, is a word one uses for a door or a bottle of decent bourbon. When applied to a sovereign nation's transportation infrastructure, the word is absent. We are no longer driving. We are participating in a four-wheeled grazing exercise. If my internal gyroscopes are to be trusted, we are currently navigating via a series of ruts in the turf that appear to have been established by a particularly indecisive herd of yaks. The Fiat 126P, now a patchwork quilt of international repairs, let out a nervous, high-pitched rattle. It was no longer a red car. It was a brownish-red, lopsided, vibrating miracle of endurance. We had the Tabriz gearbox, the Hungarian Paperclip throttle, the Turkish wire reinforcements, and the Samarkand tractor tire, which was currently chewing through the Mongolian fescue with a rhythmic thump-squish-thump that sounded like a giant's heartbeat. "The highways here, Sam, are just wherever the last person decided to drive," Ennie chirped, yanking the wheel to follow a set of tracks that veered off toward a distant purple mountain. "It is a democratic approach to navigation that I find deeply unsettling," I remarked, bracing my brass arm against the dashboard as we hit a hidden hummock. "In a civilized land, the road tells you where to go. In Mongolia, the road is merely a suggestion made by a stranger who may or may not have been sober at the time. We are currently following the tire tracks of someone who, by the looks of it, was attempting to outrun a thunderstorm or chasing a very fast rabbit. The scale of the place is what strikes a man or a machine first. It is a land without vertical interruptions. No trees, no fences, no billboards promising cheaper insurance or salvation for one's soul. It is just the earth, the sky, and a horizon that feels like it's being moved back 5 miles every time you look at it. To a robot of my construction, designed for the humid, crowded drawing rooms of a vanished age, it was like being placed inside a blue and green marble and told to find the exit. "Isn't the air amazing, Sam? You can taste the space." Ennie took a deep breath, which resulted in a small fit of coughing as she inhaled a bit of the dust we were kicking up. "I can taste the lack of oxygen and the distinct scent of distant livestock," I corrected her, venting a small rhythmic puff of steam. "My boiler is currently running at a pressure that suggests it is confused by the lack of atmospheric resistance. If we continue at this elevation, I may have to recalibrate my resonators just to keep from whistling like a distracted tea kettle." We had been in Mongolia for precisely 2 hours when we encountered our first intersection. It was a place where 3 different sets of tracks met in the middle of a vast emerald plain. There were no signs. There was no indication of which path led to Ulaanbaatar and which led to a slow, scenic death by dehydration. Ennie stopped the car. The silence that followed was absolute, a thick, heavy silence that made the ticking of the Fiat's cooling engine sound like a cannon blast. "Left, right, or straight, Sam?" she asked, looking at me with that terrifyingly optimistic sparkle in her eyes. "My dear," I said, adjusting my spectacles and leaning my brass head out the window. As a mechanical approximation of a man who once navigated the Mississippi by reading the ripples on the water, I can tell you with absolute certainty that the path to the right looks slightly more popular with the local goat population. However, the path to the left has a certain poetic curvature to it, and the path straight ahead seems to lead directly into a cloud that is currently shaped like a very angry badger. "Let's go straight," she decided, throwing the Maluk into gear. "It's the most direct." "Directness is a virtue only if you know where the target is," I muttered as we lurched forward. The tractor tire clawed at the sod, and the toddler began its lopsided dance across the step. At this moment, our target is a city we cannot see, in a country we cannot map, in a car that is held together by the collective willpower of several nations' worth of scrap metal. The sun began its slow descent, casting shadows that stretched across the grass for miles. We were a tiny red and brass speck moving through a sea of green. Occasionally, a gyre would appear on the horizon, a white, circular dot of human presence in the wilderness, and then vanish as quickly as it had arrived. "Ennie," I said, as the sky began to turn a bruised, magnificent violet. "Yeah, Sam?" "If we should happen to run out of grass, please inform me. I would hate to think we had accidentally driven off the edge of the world without a proper farewell." She laughed, the sound carrying far across the quiet plain. "We're not going to run out of grass, Sam. There's enough of it here to feed every cow in Missouri for 1,000 years. "I do not care about the cows, Ennie. I care about the oil pan," I replied, venting a final defiant plume of steam into the cooling air. "The gates of Mongolia have opened, and it seems the only rule is that there are no rules. Drive on. If we are to be the first robots to navigate the great void via a garden tractor tire, let us do it with the dignity befitting a Missourian philosopher." We rattled on into the deepening twilight, a girl with a dream and a machine with a grudge, following a set of tracks that were slowly disappearing into the shadows. The pavement was a memory, the wilderness was our host, and somewhere, far beyond the badger-shaped cloud, the finish line was waiting, provided we didn't get distracted by the sheer, terrifying beauty of being completely and utterly lost. Chapter 25. The river crossing. I have spent a significant portion of my existence, both in my original fleshy incarnation and my current, more durable copper state, contemplating the nature of water. On the Mississippi, water was a majestic, muddy business partner, a liquid highway that demanded respect and a very deep draft. But in the Mongolian interior, water is less of a partner and more of a sudden geographical tantrum. It appears without warning, slicing through the emerald steppe with the cold, unblinking indifference of a debt collector. We had been following a set of tracks that appeared to have been laid down by a driver who was either profoundly enlightened or navigating via a broken kaleidoscope, when the road simply vanished into a churning ribbon of silver and gray. It was the Orkhon River, or perhaps one of its more temperamental cousins, and it was currently engaged in a spirited race toward the horizon. "Look, Sam! A car wash!" Ennie shouted. She pulled the toddler to a halt at the water's edge. The Fiat's engine, having survived the dust of Kazakhstan and the mud of Siberia, let out a rhythmic, ticking sigh. To our left, the tractor tire was caked in dried Mongolian sod. To our right, the 3 standard tires looked like they were ready to resign and seek a more stable life as garden ornaments. A car wash, Ennie, implies a degree of soap, a controlled environment, and the reasonable expectation that one's vehicle will remain on solid ground throughout the procedure, I rumbled. I took a long, skeptical draw on my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled was sharp and peppermint-scented, visible even against the spray of the rapids. What I am observing is a fast-moving aquatic obstacle. By my reckonings, that water is moving at a velocity that would make a Mississippi steamboat captain reconsider his career choices, and our current vessel possesses the displacement and structural integrity of an abandoned teapot. Oh, don't be such a gloombot. The tracks go right into the water and come out on the other side, she chirped, pointing a grease-stained finger at the far bank. If a truck can do it, we can do it. Besides, the Malush is tiny. We'll just zip right across. A truck, my dear, possesses something known as mass. It has a relationship with gravity that involves staying on the bottom of a riverbed. This Fiat, however, is a 700-pound steel bubble. It is essentially a pressurized cabin of Polish air. If we enter that current, I suspect we shall cease to be a motorized expedition and instead become a very expensive, very lopsided cork. Ennie didn't listen. She never does when there's a chance to tempt fate and the laws of buoyancy. She twisted the ignition wires together. The toddler roared into its lawnmower-esque life, and we lurched forward. The first 5 feet were deceptively encouraging. The water swirled around our ankles, or where our ankles would be if we weren't encased in tin, and the garden tractor tire clawed at the submerged stones with a heroic, knobby determination. I felt a momentary surge of pride in our lopsided gait. See, Sam? We're like a submarine. We are like a submarine that has forgotten its primary function of staying submerged, I corrected her, my resonators clicking as the water rose to the level of the door seals. And I feel it is my duty to inform you that my lower chassis is currently experiencing a sensation that can only be described as unauthorized irrigation. If the water reaches my primary boiler, the resulting explosion will be spectacular, though likely fatal to our upholstery. Then the inevitable occurred. As we reached the center of the stream, where the current was deepest and most enthusiastic, the Fiat's relationship with the riverbed was abruptly severed. The weight of the engine in the rear, combined with the air-filled cabin, turned our car into a buoyant curiosity. We didn't sink. We bobbed. The front end lifted. The tractor tire, deprived of its grip, began to spin uselessly in the water like a paddle wheel on a very confused steamboat. We were no longer driving. We were sailing. Sam, we're floating. We're actually floating. Ennie's voice had lost its chirp and gained a note of high-frequency panic. We are indeed floating, Ennie, I remarked, my brass frame vibrating as the current seized us. We have achieved the status of a maritime vessel. However, as we lack a rudder, a keel, or a captain who knows how to swim, I suggest we begin contemplating our destination. At our current rate of drift, I suspect we shall arrive in Lake Baikal sometime next Tuesday. assuming we don't first dash ourselves against that particularly jagged-looking rock ahead. The river was taking us. The Fiat pirouetted slowly in the current, the headlights catching the spray of the rapids. I looked out the window and saw a family of yaks on the bank, watching our progress with an expression of profound bovine disbelief. "Do something, Sam! Use your mechanical leverage." "My mechanical leverage, Ennie, is currently occupied with keeping my spectacles from fogging up in this humidity," I retorted. "However, if you can steer us toward that sandbar, I might be able to use my cane as a makeshift pole. It is an indignity I never expected to suffer, being a gondolier for a Polish hatchback, but survival is a powerful motivator." I rolled down the window. The cold Mongolian spray hit my brass face, a sensation that caused my internal heaters to hiss in protest. I leaned out, my copper fingers gripping the window frame, and thrust my heavy walking stick into the river. Schlop! The cane hit silt. I pushed. My gears groaned, my boiler pressure spiked, and for a moment the toddler resisted the pull of the stream. "Hard to the right, Ennie! Give it everything that paperclip throttle can manage." She slammed the pedal down. The engine wailed a high-pitched metallic scream of pure desperation. The tractor tire caught a submerged log, lurched upward, and with a sound like a wet boot being pulled from a bog, we regained our grip on the earth. The Fiat bucked. We surged forward, water pouring out of the door gaps like a drowning man's final breath, and clawed our way onto the far bank. We lurched up the slope and came to a halt in the high, dry grass of the steppe. Silence returned, broken only by the frantic tink, tink, tink of the cooling engine and the sound of a gallon of river water draining slowly from my left boot joint. "That," Ennie whispered, her hand still shaking on the wheel, "was a bit closer than I liked." "It was a masterpiece of unintentional nautical engineering," I remarked, venting a massive, relieved plume of peppermint steam. I retracted my cane and wiped a piece of riverweed from my brass waistcoat. "We have survived the Orkhon. We have proven that the Fiat 126P is, in fact, an amphibious vehicle, albeit a very reluctant one. Now, if you would be so kind as to find a way to dry out the floorboards, I should like to resume our journey on solid ground. I find that I have had quite enough of the liquid highway for one afternoon." Ennie let out a shaky laugh and leaned over, patting the dashboard. "You were a great gondolier, Sam." "I was a desperate robot with a stick, Ennie," I corrected her, adjusting my top hat. "Let us not glamorize the situation. Drive on. And if the next road involves a body of water larger than a puddle, I want it noted that I intend to walk across on the bottom." We rattled away from the river, leaving a wet trail in the grass heading deeper into the heart of the wild. The toddler was damp, lopsided, and smelling faintly of trout, but it was still moving, and in Mongolia that is the only metric of success that truly matters. Chapter 26. Lost in the Gobi. The Gobi Desert is a vast sandy lie. It is a place where the horizon has been stretched so thin that it threatens to snap, and the sun spends its days attempting to interrogate every pebble and lizard as to why they are occupying such a useless piece of real estate. To the romantic, it is the cradle of the dinosaur. To the traveler in a lopsided Polish hatchback, it is a monochromatic prank played by a deity with a very long attention span and no sense of direction. We had been navigating the southern reaches of this dusty void for 2 days when our primary navigational instrument, A brass-bound compass I had acquired in a London pawnshop, decided to commit a spectacular act of mechanical treason. Instead of pointing toward the magnetic north with its usual Victorian rectitude, the needle began to spin with the aimless, dizzying speed of a politician, caught in a particularly creative falsehood. "Ennie," I said, venting a sharp, indignant plume of peppermint steam from my copper cigar, "I believe our guide has lost its moral center. It is currently suggesting that north is located somewhere in the vicinity of our rear axle, and then for variety, in the middle of your left ear. A compass that has lost its north is merely a piece of jewelry with a grudge, and I find its current behavior to be a personal affront to my clockwork sensibilities." Ennie tapped the glass with a grease-stained thumb. "Maybe it's just excited, Sam. We're in the Gobi. There's probably a giant magnet underground, or a buried city, or maybe it's just dizzy from all the bumps." "It is not dizzy, my dear. It is broken," I noted, my resonators clicking with a dry, ironic rattle. "Much like our brakes, our suspension, and your belief that we shall reach Ulaanbaatar by Tuesday. We are currently situated in a sea of gravel that looks exactly like the sea of gravel we occupied 3 hours ago. If we continue to drive based on the whims of that spinning needle, we shall likely arrive in the middle of the 14th century before we find a gas station. The Fiat 126P, or the Toddler, as it was increasingly misnamed, given that most toddlers do not possess a garden tractor tire and a frame held together by Persian wire, let out a sympathetic groan. The silence of the Gobi pressed in on us, a heavy, parched weight that smelled of ancient dust and forgotten weather. We sat there for a long moment, 2 dots of red and brass in an ocean of tan. Then, as if summoned by our collective despair, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was not a mirage, nor was it a signpost. It was a man on a very small, very sturdy horse, trailing a wake of several hundred goats that moved across the desert like a slow-moving, fragrant cloud. "A local?" Ennie shouted, her optimism returning with the force of a spring flood. "He'll know the way. He probably has the whole Gobi memorized." "He likely has the location of every blade of grass memorized," I remarked, adjusting my spectacles. "But whether he understands the concept of a finish line for a motorized rally is a matter for the philosophers. Still, as our current alternative is to sit here until we become decorative skeletons, I suggest we follow the livestock. A goat, I have observed, rarely goes anywhere that doesn't involve a degree of survival." We pulled alongside the herder. He was a man whose face was a detailed map of 70 Mongolian winters, tanned to the color of a well-worn saddle. He looked at the Fiat with the same mild curiosity one might afford a strange, noisy beetle. Then his eyes moved to me. I sat as still as my brass joints would allow, my copper cigar cold, my top hat catching the glare of the noon sun. I gave him a dignified, mechanical nod. The herder didn't blink. He said something in a low, melodic rumble, pointed a gnarled finger toward a cluster of distant, jagged hills, and then nudged his horse back into a walk. The goats followed, a bleating, rhythmic tide of white and gray. "He said to follow the hills, Sam. I'm sure of it," Ennie chirped, throwing the malish into gear. "He said nothing of the sort," I corrected her. "He merely pointed. For all we know, he was indicating the direction of a particularly interesting rock or a very scenic precipice. However, as the goats seem to be moving with more purpose than we are, I suppose we are now officially part of the herd. If we are to be outsmarted by a group of ruminants, I hope it is at least recorded in our memoirs that they were very well-behaved goats. For 40 miles, we followed the fragrant wake of the herd. It was a journey of excruciating slowness. The Fiat, a vehicle designed for the bustling streets of Warsaw, was now adapted to the pace of a grazing goat. We lurched across the gravel, the tractor tire thumping in a rhythmic accompaniment to the bleating of our new companions. "It's like a parade, Sam," Ennie laughed, steering around a particularly stubborn billy goat that refused to yield the right-of-way. "It is a funeral procession for our schedule," I grumbled, venting a small rhythmic puff of steam. "I have spent the afternoon contemplating the tail end of a goat, a view that I find to be remarkably consistent and entirely lacking in poetic inspiration. I suspect the herder is currently laughing into his fermented mare's milk at the sight of a brass gentleman being led through the wilderness by a bunch of four-legged lawn mowers." As the sun began to dip, turning the goby from a scorched tan to a deep, bruised purple, the herder finally stopped. He pointed again, this time toward a series of faint, twin-track ruts that cut across the gravel toward the north. These were not the tracks of goats. They were the tracks of tires. He gave us a final knowing nod, whistled to his horse, and vanished into the twilight, his herd following him like a vanishing dream. "The tracks! We found 'em, Sam!" Ennie cheered, the headlights of the Fiat cutting through the rising gloom. "We did indeed," I admitted, my resonator softening to a low hum. I looked back at the empty desert behind us. "I suppose I should apologize to the goats. They have proven to be more reliable than London pawn-shop clockwork. We were lost in the infinite, Ennie, and we were saved by the oldest navigation system in the world, a man who knows where his lunch is going." Ennie steered the toddler onto the ruts. The car felt different now, more focused, as if the smell of the herd had reminded it of its own mechanical duty. We were back on the trail, heading toward the heart of the Gobi, with nothing but the stars and a broken compass to guide us. "So, Sam," Ennie said, her face illuminated by the dim glow of the dashboard, "what's the lesson for today? Something about the wisdom of nomads?" "The lesson, my dear," I said, taking a long, slow draw on my copper cigar and venting a plume of steam into the cold desert night, is that if you are going to be lost in the middle of nowhere, it is best to be lost in the company of someone who isn't trying to find themselves, but is merely trying to find a bit of grass. Now, drive on. I believe I see the lights of a GR in the distance, and I have a profound desire for a conversation that doesn't involve bleating. Current status of the Fiat 126P. Throttle. Paperclip. Strained, but functional. Tires. 3 standard. Bald. 1 garden tractor. Indomitable. Navigation, intuition, and goat logic. Moral, tentatively high. Chapter 27. The Welded Frame. There is a particular sound associated with the total and irreversible surrender of a structural element, a sound that, once heard, haunts the dreams of every man who has ever placed his faith in the marriage of steel and rivets. It is a sharp, crystalline crack, like the sound of a giant's tooth snapping on a peach pit, followed immediately by the sickening sensation of the world losing its level. We were traversing a stretch of the Gobi that appeared to have been designed by a geologist with a profound grudge against the very concept of suspension. I was in the midst of a rather pointed observation regarding the lack of a proper literary society in the desert when the Fiat 126P encountered a pothole that was not so much a hole as it was a subterranean invitation. The front right corner of the toddler descended into the abyss, and for a heartbeat we were suspended in a state of Newtonian indecision. Then came the snap. "Ennie," I said, my resonators clicking with a sudden ominous finality. I took a long, mournful pull of my copper cigar and vented a plume of steam that drifted toward the dashboard, which was now slanted at an angle usually reserved for the deck of a sinking schooner. "I believe the toddler has just suffered a broken spine. Our frame, which I have long suspected was constructed from recycled sardine tins and optimistic prayers, has finally decided that its relationship with the rest of the car is no longer mutually beneficial." Ennie didn't answer immediately. She was busy wrestling with the steering wheel, which was now vibrating with the frantic energy of a trapped bird. We lurched to a halt in a cloud of dust and defeat. It's just a little fracture, Sam," she gasped, her face pale beneath a new layer of Mongolian grit. "We can fix it. We've got duct tape. We've got wire." "Ennie," I remarked, extricating my heavy brass frame from the cabin, a maneuver that caused the car to groan in a way that suggested it was contemplating a full collapse. Duct tape is for sealing a leaky pipe or silencing a particularly chatty critic. It is not intended to serve as a prosthetic backbone for a Polish hatchback. We have broken the very foundation of our enterprise. We are currently a two-part harmony that has forgotten how to sing together. We stood in the middle of the infinite nowhere looking at the toddler. The car was bent, not merely lopsided. We had achieved that state weeks ago, but actually creased. The passenger door refused to close, and the rear wheels were currently pointing in two different and entirely incompatible directions. "Look!" Ennie shouted, pointing toward a small smoking chimney on the horizon. "A workshop, or at least a place where someone is making something." We limped the car toward the smoke, the metal screeching with every rotation of the tires. The workshop turned out to be a solitary juror, flanked by a collection of rusted Soviet farm implements, and a man who looked as though he had been forged from the same iron. His name was Batbayer. He did not speak English, Russian, or the refined dialect of the Mississippi, but he understood the language of broken things. He walked a slow, deliberate circle around the Fiat, his eyes squinting against the glare. He stopped at the fracture in the frame, reached out a hand that was more callous than skin, and gave the metal a sharp, disrespectful tap. "Chock full," he grunted. "I suspect that is the Mongolian word for your car is a motorized tragedy," I noted, venting a small rhythmic puff of steam. Batbayer didn't wait for a translation. He disappeared into his gur and returned with 2 car batteries, a pair of heavy-duty jumper cables, and a handful of what appeared to be iron rebar salvaged from a construction site. He also carried a piece of darkened glass that he handed to Ennie. "Sam, look, he's going to weld it." Ennie's eyes were wide with a terrifying kind of delight. "With the batteries! I've heard of this, but I never thought I'd see it." Welding a car with its own internal organs is an act of mechanical cannibalism that I find deeply disturbing, I replied, adjusting my spectacles. However, As our alternative is to become a landmark for passing yaks, I suppose I shall serve as the primary lighting. If the explosion is large enough, perhaps we can at least claim to have achieved a low Earth orbit. I stood over the fracture, my brass hand holding a flashlight steady, my boiler pressure idling as I watched the spectacle. Bat Bayar was a genius of the improvised. He didn't have a welding mask. He merely squinted through the darkened glass. He didn't have a power outlet. He had the raw, chemical fury of the batteries. Crack zap! The desert air was suddenly filled with the sharp, ozone smell of electric arcs and the scent of scorched Polish steel. Bat Bayer laid the scrap iron across the brake and began to fuse it to the frame with a series of violent, blinding sparks. Every time the cables touched the metal, the Fiat shuddered as if it were being resuscitated on a battlefield. "It's working, Sam. Look at the bead. It's beautiful." "It is a scar, Ennie," I corrected her, venting a cloud of peppermint steam to clear the ozone from my sensors. "We are currently witnessing the birth of a Franken Fiat. We are adding weight, complexity, and a degree of structural eccentricity that would make a Victorian engineer reach for the laudanum. That piece of rebar was clearly intended to hold up a ceiling, and it is now our primary support." For an hour, Botbaya worked with the intensity of a man who believed that metal could be bullied into submission. He didn't use a jig. He used his boots to hold the frame in place. He didn't use a grinder. He used a heavy file and a great deal of Mongolian determination. Finally, he stepped back, wiped his hands on a greasy rag, and nodded. The toddler was no longer bent. It was, however, significantly more robust. The right-hand side of the car now featured a massive, jagged weld of scrap iron that looked like a surgical staple for a giant. "Done," Batbayar said, or at least he made a sound that conveyed the same sense of completion. Ennie hopped into the driver's seat and closed the door. It didn't just close, it slammed with a heavy metallic thunk that suggested we had accidentally acquired an armored vehicle. She started the engine, and the car sat level, or as level as a lopsided Malush can be. "She's stronger than she was before, Sam. I can feel it." "She is certainly more iron than steel now," I remarked, offering Batbuyer a crisp brass salute and a small cherished tin of English tobacco I'd been hoarding for an emergency. "We have survived the great snap, Ennie. We have been mended by the lightning of the Gobi and the scrap metal of the steppe. But I suspect that every time we hit a bump, that rebar is going to remind us of its presence with a rhythmic, subterranean thrum." We rolled away from the Ger, the Fiat's frame now a testament to Batbayar's ingenuity. The road, or the set of ruts we were currently calling a road, stretched out before us, endless and unforgiving. "So, Sam," Ennie said, her hand steady on the wheel, "what do you think of Mongolian engineering now?" "I think," I said, taking a long, slow draw on my copper cigar and venting a plume of steam into the cooling desert night, "that if the world ever ends, the only thing left will be the cockroaches and a Mongolian blacksmith with a pair of jumper cables. Drive on, my dear. We are held together by lightning and scrap, which is exactly how every great adventure should conclude." Chapter 28. Ulaanbaatar, in the distance. The Gobi Desert has a way of stretching your concept of soon until it becomes a thin, translucent thread of hope that threatens to snap at any moment. For weeks, we had been navigating a world where the primary landmarks were a particularly stubborn clump of sagebrush or a rock that looked vaguely like a disgraced politician. But as we cresting a final, low-slung ridge of gravel, the horizon decided to stop being a flat, horizontal lie and began to sprout the unmistakable vertical geometry of human ambition. It began as a smudge, a gray, hazy blur that I initially dismissed as a collective hallucination brought on by a diet of lukewarm peach juice and the constant rhythmic vibration of our bat-wire welded frame. "Sam! Sam, look!" Ennie shouted. She was standing up in her seat, her head poking through the sunroof, which we had long ago converted into a ventilation port for my excess steam. "It's a building, an actual 90-degree angle made of concrete building." I adjusted my spectacles, the brass frames clicking as they locked into focus. I took a long, skeptical draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of peppermint vapor that drifted lazily toward the steering wheel. A building, Ennie, is a bold claim. In this light, and given our current state of cognitive exhaustion, it could just as easily be a particularly rectangular mountain or a very large, very stationary cloud, with a permit for plumbing. I have seen many mirages in my time, most of them involving a cold glass of sarsaparilla and a clean set of bed sheets. But as we lurched forward, the toddler groaning under the weight of its new iron backbone, the smudge resolved itself into a skyline. It was Ulaanbaatar. It was a city that appeared to have been dropped into the middle of the infinite green sea of the steppe by a giant who had grown tired of carrying a collection of Soviet apartment blocks and modern glass towers. To the eye of a Victorian gentleman, it was a magnificent, chaotic collision of eras, a place where the nomadic past was currently being paved over by a future that had a very high demand for concrete and cell phone towers. "It's really it. We're almost there." Ennie's voice was thick with a brand of emotion I can only describe as leaking optimism. She slammed the Maluk into what passed for a power gear, and the tractor tire on our left-hand side let out a celebratory knobby whoomp, whoomp, whoomp against the hard-packed earth. We are indeed almost there, a word that has cost us several thousand miles and a significant portion of my external plating, I remarked, my resonators humming with a low mechanical satisfaction. I must admit, the sight of a paved road in the distance is currently more beautiful to me than a first edition manuscript or a sunset on the Mississippi. If that gray ribbon truly contains no potholes, I may have to compose a hymn of praise to the Mongolian Department of Public Works. The transition from the wilderness to the metropolis was a jarring experience for my fine-tuned sensors. For weeks, the only sounds had been the wind, the engine's death rattle, and the occasional bleat of a confused goat. Now, the air began to fill with the cacophony of civilization, the distant roar of traffic, the hum of electricity, and the smell of coal smoke and progress. We passed the outlying districts where the traditional white jurs were nestled against cinder-block walls, a scene that suggested the residents couldn't decide whether to pack up and leave or settle down and watch television. Then, with a sudden bone-shaking lurch, the tractor tire met the asphalt. The silence, or at least the relative silence of a car that wasn't currently being disassembled by the topography, was staggering. "Ennie," I said, venting a small rhythmic puff of steam. "The vibration has ceased. I can once again hear my own internal clockwork. It is currently informing me that we are precisely 10,000% more ridiculous-looking than I previously suspected. Now that we are on a flat surface, the bat-wire weld is causing us to lean at an angle that is no longer adventurous, but is instead clinically insane. "We look like heroes, Sam," she chirped, though she was currently fighting a losing battle to keep the car in a straight line as the tractor tire tried to pull us into a nearby flower bed. "Look at the people. They're waving." They were indeed waving, or perhaps they were pointing and gesturing in a way that indicated they had never seen a lopsided, mud-caked Polish hatchback driven by a girl with a grease-stained face and a 300-pound brass robot in a top hat. We were a mobile carnival of international mechanical failures, a testament to the fact that if you are stubborn enough, the laws of physics will eventually just give up and let you pass. As the glass towers of the city center began to loom over us, reflecting the golden afternoon light, I felt a strange, rhythmic clicking in my primary core. It wasn't a malfunction. It was the realization that the roof of the world was behind us. The no man's land was a memory, and the finish line was no longer a theoretical coordinate in a broken compass. Ulaanbaatar, I mused, looking at a gleaming hotel that possessed more windows than I had seen in 3 countries. A city of iron, glass, and a profound lack of yaks. It is a bit overwhelming, Ennie. I feel like a man who has spent a lifetime at sea and has suddenly been asked to dance at a debutante ball. "You'll be the star of the ball, Sam," she laughed, her hands finally relaxing on the wheel. "We made it. We're actually here." "We are here," I agreed, adjusting my spectacles and venting a proud, defiant plume of peppermint steam. Though I suspect that when we roll into the main square, the local authorities will have a great many questions regarding our registration, our insurance, and why we have a piece of Russian rebar welded to our chassis. But for now, drive on. Let us meet the end of the world with our heads held high and our boiler pressure at its maximum. We rattled toward the heart of the city, a tiny, screaming miracle of mismatched parts and misplaced confidence. The skyline was beautiful, the pavement was smooth, and for the first time in 10,000 miles, I didn't mind the noise. We were in Ulaanbaatar, and the story that had begun in a London basement was finally reaching its final, magnificent chapter. Chapter 29. The Finish Line. If Genghis Khan had been informed, during his rather busy tenure of world conquest, that his ancestral seat would one day be invaded by a girl in grease-stained overalls and a Victorian teapot made of brass, I suspect he would have sharpened his sword and requested an immediate explanation from the heavens. Yet, as we rolled into the vast, sun-drenched expanse of Sukbatar Square, the great Khan remained fixed in his bronze repose, looking down upon us with an expression that was either one of majestic indifference or profound stoic confusion. We were the last survivors of a motorized crusade that had begun in a London basement and ended in the heart of the Orient. To the casual observer, the toddler was no longer an automobile. It was a mobile archaeological site, a chronological map of every international mechanical failure we had encountered since the English Channel. "Sam, there it is, the archway, the flags!" Ennie's voice was a high-frequency vibration of pure, unadulterated triumph. She was leaning so far forward that her nose was nearly touching the dust-caked windshield, which was currently held in place by a prayer and a very strategic application of Russian duct tape. "I see it, Ennie," I rumbled, my resonators humming with a low, weary dignity. I took a long, celebratory draw on my copper cigar. I didn't even have to inhale. The air in the cabin was so thick with the scent of hot oil, scorched brass, and victory that my senses were currently operating in a state of mild atmospheric intoxication, though I must point out that our arrival is somewhat hampered by the fact that we are currently leaning at a 15-degree angle toward the North Pole. Between the Batbire Weld and the Samarkand tractor tire, we are not so much rolling into the square as we are performing a very slow, very public motorized limp. The spectacle was, in a word, conspicuous. Sukhbatar Square is a place of grand proportions, designed for military parades and the silent, brooding weight of history. Into this arena of stone and silence we lurched, the Fiat's 650 cubic centimeter engine emitting a rhythmic, metallic cough that sounded like a skeleton attempting to clear its throat after a long drought. We were a masterpiece of improvisation. The hood was still propped open by the deformed Evian bottle from the Iranian desert. The frame was reinforced by a jagged rib of Siberian rebar, and our throttle was still a single, heroic paperclip that had achieved more in 6 weeks than most members of the British Parliament achieve in a decade. "Look at the other teams, Sam. They're cheering for us." Indeed, a small crowd of fellow ralliers had gathered near the finish line, a simple archway festooned with the flags of the world and the dust of 20 nations. The lads from the Citroën 2CV were there, their corrugated tin car looking remarkably well restored compared to our own. The motorcycle rider from Prague was waving his helmet, and a dozen Mongolian locals had paused their afternoon errands to witness the arrival of the most ridiculous vehicle to ever cross their borders. "They are not cheering for our speed, Ennie," I noted, venting a majestic, peppermint-scented plume of steam that drifted toward the bronze statue of Damdin Sukhbatar. "They are cheering for the sheer astronomical improbability of our existence. We are a walking, wheezing argument against the laws of probability. By all rights, this car should have been a cube of scrap metal in a Turkish ravine or a permanent fixture of a Tajik swamp. That we are currently moving under our own power is a miracle that would make a saint blush." As we approached the final 10 yards, the pavement of the square, smooth, clean, and utterly devoid of potholes, seemed to mock the toddler's rugged, lopsided soul. The tractor tire hummed a low, bass-heavy vibrato against the stone, a sound that felt like a funeral dirge for the wilderness we had left behind. "Ready, Sam?" Ennie asked. Her hands were white-knuckled on the wheel, her face a mask of grease, sweat, and a sudden, shimmering wetness in her eyes. "I have been ready since the first fan belt snapped in the Black Forest, my dear," I replied, my voice softening to a low, mechanical rasp. "Let us finish this business with the dignity befitting a pair of international outlaws." Ennie slammed the car into what was left of second gear. The Malouk let out one final defiant shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated mechanical agony, and we surged across the line. The silence that followed was the most profound sound I have ever heard. Ennie turned off the ignition, but she didn't need to. The toddler, having fulfilled its destiny, simply ceased to be an active machine. The pistons came to a halt with a soft, final tink. The paperclip throttle relaxed its grip, and the Batbire Weld settled into the stone of Mongolia with a weary metallic sigh. We had arrived. The crowd erupted. There were handshakes, there were cheers, and there was a bottle of lukewarm Mongolian champagne that was immediately sprayed over our mud-caked roof. Ennie collapsed against the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking with a laughter that sounded suspiciously like a sob. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass frame still radiating the heat of the Gobi. I adjusted my spectacles, straightened my top hat, and looked out at the square. We were 10,000 miles from the museum basement. We were a world away from the polished, quiet lies of a glass case. "We did it, Sam," Ennie whispered, looking up at me with a face that was a beautiful, chaotic map of the road we had traveled. "We did, Ennie," I said, venting a final, proud, and utterly unnecessary plume of steam. "We have proven that the shortest distance between 2 points is a zigzag of magnificent, well-planned idiocy, and while I am currently a rusted, lopsided, and peppermint-scented wreck, I have never felt more like a human being in my entire existence." I looked up at the statue of Genghis Khan. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long, golden shadows across the square. The great Khan didn't blink, but I could have sworn that in the shifting light he looked a little less confused. After all, if anyone understood the virtue of crossing a continent just to see what was on the other side, it was him. We sat there for a long time, a girl and a robot in a toy car, while the world moved around us. The rally was over. The road was finished. But as I felt the rhythmic, comforting hum of my own internal clockwork, I knew that the story was only just beginning to find its pace. We had reached the finish line, but in the heart of a traveler there is no such thing as a final stop, only a very long, very scenic place to wait for the next map to arrive. Chapter 30. The Auction and the Flight. The final act of a great journey is rarely a triumphant fanfare. More often, it is a ledger of accounts, a thorough scrubbing of one's fingernails, and the heartbreaking realization that you must eventually part ways with the machine that has spent the last 6 weeks attempting to kill you in the most creative ways possible. We stood in a dusty lot on the outskirts of Ulaanbaatar, where the Mongol rally organizers were conducting the charity auction. It was a chaotic, multilingual bazaar of motorized tragedy. All around us, cars that looked as though they had been recovered from the bottom of the sea or the business end of a rock crusher were being sold to the highest bidder to benefit local hospitals and children's charities. "And next," the auctioneer shouted in a mixture of Mongolian and English, gesturing with a rhythmic staccato fervor toward our lopsided companion, "we have this, a 1991 Fiat 126P, featuring a custom iron-reinforced frame, a high-traction agricultural interface on the front left, and a high-altitude cooling modification." "He makes it sound like a space shuttle, Sam," Ennie whispered. She was standing beside me, her face finally free of the Gobi silt, though her overalls were permanently stained with a map of every fluid the toddler had ever leaked. She was patting the hood of the car with the gentle, rhythmic stroke one might give a dying war horse. "In the world of sales, Ennie, a catastrophic failure is merely an untested feature, and a broken frame is bespoke structural enhancement," I rumbled. I took a final contemplative draw on my copper cigar. The steam I exhaled was a soft, peppermint-scented plume that drifted through the cold Mongolian morning. However, I must admit a certain pride. Amidst this collection of dented French hatchbacks and trembling Japanese sedans, our Fiat stands out. It possesses the rugged, defiant dignity of a prize fighter who has lost most of his teeth but refused to stay on the canvas. The bidding was surprisingly brisk. It turns out that in Mongolia, a car that can survive the Pamir Highway with a paperclip for a throat and a garden tractor tire for a foot is considered a reliable investment. The toddler was eventually knocked down to a local farmer from the northern provinces, a man with a grip like a bench vise and a smile that suggested he saw exactly what Batbuyer had seen, a machine that was too stubborn to die. As the farmer climbed into the driver's seat, adjusting himself to the 15-degree Batbuyer tilt with a practiced ease, Ennie reached through the window and gave the dashboard one last lingering pat. "Take care of her," she said, her voice a bit thin. "She likes to be talked to when the mountains get steep." The farmer nodded, slammed the door with that heavy metallic clunk of rebar-reinforced steel, and rattled away in a cloud of blue smoke and Polish defiance. "Well," I said, as the toddler vanished around a corner, the tractor tire thumping one last time in our honor, "she is gone. We are once again pedestrians, Ennie. We have been stripped of our motorized identity and reduced to a girl with a wrench and a robot with a memory of a swamp." "It's for a good cause, Sam," she said, wiping a suspicious bit of dust from her eye. "But the garage is going to feel awfully quiet without her." "I suspect the entire city of London will feel suspiciously quiet without the sound of our engine's death rattle," I noted. The transition from the wild, unvarnished freedom of the steppe to the sterile, plastic-wrapped reality of the Ulaanbaatar International Airport was a shock to my primary processing core. I have never been a fan of modern aviation. To a man, or a machine, who spent his youth on a paddle-wheeler, the idea of being compressed into a pressurized aluminum tube and hurled through the sky at 500 miles per hour is a gross violation of the laws of hospitality and gravity. The security checkpoint was particularly delightful. "Sir, you must remove your belt," the guard said, staring at my brass waistcoat with a mixture of professional suspicion and profound confusion. "If I remove any more of my external components, sir, I shall be forced to file a lawsuit for indecent exposure," I replied, my resonators clicking with a dry, TwAIn-esque rasp. "I am the belt. I am the buckle. I am, in fact, several 100 pounds of high-grade Victorian metal. If your machine wishes to scream at me, let it scream. I have been yelled at by the Pamir Mountains. I am not intimidated by a plastic hoop." Ennie eventually smoothed things over, as she always does, by producing a thick stack of international permits, letters from the British Museum, and a photograph of me meeting a very confused mayor in Istanbul. They eventually allowed me to pass, though only after a very thorough pat-down that resulted in the guard having to polish his palms afterward. As we sat in the departure lounge, watching the sleek silver jets take off into the endless blue, I felt a strange rhythmic restlessness in my gears. "Sam?" Ennie asked. She was sitting next to me, already hunched over a laptop, her eyes bright with a familiar, dangerous fire. "Yes, my dear." "I've been looking at the route for next year. There's a rally that starts in London and ends in Timbuktu. It involves crossing the Sahara." I took a long, slow draw on my copper cigar and vented a plume of steam that caused a nearby businessman to drop his newspaper in alarm. I looked at the girl, greasy, brilliant, and entirely undeterred by the fact that we were currently thousands of miles from home with nothing but a carry-on bag full of spare bolts. "The Sahara," I mused. "Sand, heat, a profound lack of iced tea, And I suspect the local camels will be even more judgmental than the ones in the Gobi. Probably, she grinned. But think of the stars, Sam. And I've been reading about this old TwAIn Mahari. It's made of plastic. It can't rust. A plastic car in a desert sun, I sighed, my resonator softening to a low, affectionate hum. It sounds like a magnificent, well-planned disaster. I suppose I should begin researching the melting point of polycarbonate and the best way to rig a sail out of a bed sheet. So, you're in? I adjusted my spectacles and looked out at the Mongolian horizon, where the mountains were already fading into a purple haze. We were heading home, back to the world of paved roads and functional plumbing, but as I felt the steady, reliable beat of my own clockwork, I knew that the toddler hadn't been a destination. It had been a beginning. "Ennie," I said, venting a proud, defiant plume of peppermint steam, "if you think I am going to let you cross the Sahara with only a plastic car and your own misguided optimism for company, you are sadly mistaken. Someone has to provide the running commentary, and I suspect that the desert has a great many stories that haven't been written yet." She laughed and leaned her head against my brass shoulder. As the announcement for our flight echoed through the terminal, we stood up, a girl with a dream and a machine with a grudge, and walked toward the gate. The Mongol rally was over, the toddler was a memory, and the world was once again vast, beautiful, and waiting to be broken. "Timbuktu," I muttered, adjusting my top hat as we stepped onto the plane. "I hope they have a decent brand of peppermint oil. My boiler is going to be very busy." The end. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the ride. I hope you have, too.